Chapter 1003. The mystery of the doppelganger lay in the talent tree root that remained in the doppelganger's body. It was this root that allowed the doppelganger to become lifelike, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the doppelganger. It also allowed the doppelganger and the main body to maintain a close connection no matter how far apart they were. The main body could stimulate the doppelganger and construct the twin lotus flowers on one stalk inside the doppelganger, but the talent tree could no longer extend its roots into the doppelganger. Lu Yi vaguely felt that this was related to the degree of conversion of the talent tree. The talent tree had been converted once, so it could split out a root but not a second one. If the talent tree was converted a few more times in the future, the number of doppelganger he could condense would definitely increase. This also made him realize the preciousness of his doppelganger. Before, he subconsciously felt that the doppelganger couldn't be destroyed at will. The loss of vitality, spiritual energy was secondary. If he lost the talent tree root in the doppelganger, it would be a huge loss. But now, it seemed that the loss of the doppelganger was much more serious than he had imagined. It was very likely that he would never be able to condense a new doppelganger. Time passed. After being trapped in the sealed world for more than 2 months, Lu Ye's cultivation had reached the 7th order true lake realm. During this time, Yu Daiwei came again and still saw Lu Ye's doppelganger sitting cross-legged at the entrance with Dao 13 quietly guarding it. After that, she didn't come again. In her opinion, Lu Yi had already accepted his fate and there was no way he could escape from the sealed world. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to waste time and pay less attention to him. Another half a month passed in a flash. On that day, as I was urging the talent tree to absorb the power of the spirit vein, I suddenly felt my body shake. There was a muffled sound of thunder coming from the depths of the ground, followed by a tremor. I hurriedly opened my eyes and spread out my divine sense, carefully probing the surroundings. Duo Qing's face lit up with joy. After cultivating outside for 2.5 months and constantly absorbing the power of the spirit vein, I finally saw some results. The normalcy just now was the most obvious sign. At the entrance of the secret realm, Dao 18 also sensed that the secret realm was normal. Although he didn't look surprised, he knew exactly what was going on. If Yu Daiwei was outside and wanted to investigate, even if Wang Shan set up a small concealment array at the bottom of the pit, it might not be able to hide from your eyes. As the commotion died down, Dao 18 also calmed down and continued to stand outside like a wooden stake. My clone, who had been paying close attention to my movements, heaved a sigh of relief. I hadn't made up my mind just now. If fixed Dao 18 didn't do anything strange, he would immediately do something to attract my attention. The plan was beginning to bear fruit, but it was still far from success. That's right, the power of the spirit veins in this secret realm was still very rich and abundant. If the spiritual energy wanted to completely devour the spirit veins outside, it wouldn't be possible in a short period of time. However, I didn't need to completely devour them. I just needed to let the spirit veins reach a critical point, a point where I could maintain the secret realm. The secret realm was like a house, and the spirit veins were the foundation of the house. The spiritual energy didn't need to completely destroy the foundation. As long as a part of it was damaged, the house would self-destruct. Over the next few days, the commotion in the secret realm became more and more frequent. Sometimes, there would be no buzzing sounds coming from the depths of the ground. Every time this happened, the entire secret realm would shake. Even the clear sky of the secret realm started to show some strange phenomena. It was a sign that the secret realm was about to collapse. Dao 18 was affected and didn't seem to be in the right mood. After all, I was at the Spirit Sea realm and subconsciously felt safer. However, I had to follow Yu Daiwei's instructions and follow the spiritual energy with every step. I was in a dilemma. Even with Ling Guang's brain, I didn't know what to do. Every time my clone opened his eyes to look at me, he could see my calm expression. Sometimes, he would let out a beast-like roar. Finally, at a certain moment, a huge buzzing sound could be heard. The wind and clouds in the secret realm changed. The sky suddenly cracked open like a broken mirror. Even the scenery in the secret realm stopped twisting and changing. The secret realm was about to collapse. After what happened in the Sword Tool Sect's secret realm, Wang Shan was very familiar with it. Once the secret realm collapsed, Dao 18 and I would leave the cage. What I had to do next was complicated. I had to retrieve my clone and get rid of Dao 18. At the same time, a door appeared at the exit of the secret realm. Because the secret realm was about to collapse, the closed door didn't show any signs of opening. Through the door, I could vaguely see the scenery inside. Dao 18 looked at the door in surprise. He didn't understand why it was like this. My clone, who was sitting cross-legged next to me, suddenly opened his eyes. Dao 18 immediately looked at me. The clone smiled at me. "Let's not meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, the Wang Shan around him activated and poured into the small formation on his body. I had already set up a teleportation formation on my body. I didn't set it up just yesterday. I didn't want Wang Shanai to see it when she retreated. There was no obstruction during the process. Dao 18 was only responsible for watching me. He followed Yu Daiwei's order and let me try to open the door. He didn't care if I was setting up a formation or not. Little formation friends, Yuan Death, Inner Hero, Second Up, Doppelganger Shadow. Dao 18 was stunned for a moment. Then, he opened his mouth and roared. Visible waves of air shot out of his mouth and shot up to 100 feet. I quickly rushed to the spot where my clone had disappeared and dug a small hole with both hands. However, there was no trace of spiritual energy. Then, I used my divine will to search for Wang Shan's whereabouts. Still, I couldn't find anything. There was no formation to hide the spirit energy. The secret realm was in chaos. Wang Shan was agitated. Even a divine sea realm expert like Dao 18 wouldn't be able to find anything in a short time. About 100 feet away, my clone returned through the teleportation formation. Wang Shan pressed a hand under the clone and used the power of the talent tree to retrieve it. Just as he was done, the secret realm collapsed with a loud rumble. A large and small crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as deep as an abyss. Spirit energy rushed into the sky and rushed toward the crack. Lu En state. As for how to get rid of Dao 18, I could only improvise. No matter what, it was weaker than being trapped in the secret realm. As soon as I appeared, Dao 18 didn't notice me. He roared and jumped up to chase after spirit energy. At this moment, the spiritual energy had already rushed out of the crack. However, my expression changed in the next moment. Because my expectation of returning to the four states was not realized. Instead, spirit energy felt like he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and was falling upward. That feeling. It wasn't like teleportation, and it was a long-distance teleportation. The whole process brought me a wonderful experience. While he was dizzy and disoriented, his spiritual power only felt that his mind was rising. In the dark, I seemed to be in an inexplicable void. In an ordinary environment, it was visible to the naked eye and could be perceived by the mind, but there was no strange scene. This was a huge plate in the shape of a gourd. It floated in the void. I didn't know where it came from and where it was going. It was like a lone boat sailing in the boundless ocean, and it seemed lonely and bleak. Spirit energy initially reacted to what it was, but soon, he was shocked and lost consciousness. That huge plate in the shape of a gourd was a world. Was that the true appearance of the four states? I thought so in my heart. I wasn't surprised. The four states actually looked like that? What puzzled me even more was that I was just escaping when the famous secret realm collapsed. How could my mind be so low that I could see the full appearance of the four states? But soon, I was shocked because I suddenly realized that it might be the four prefectures. I had never seen the map of the entire four states, but I didn't have the map of the war state. Comparing the two, I didn't see any unfamiliar traces from the huge plate behind my eyes. It was very unlikely that it was the four states, but it was definitely the world of the four states. What kind of place was it? Just as I was shocked, the huge plate in the shape of a gourd slowly shrank in my vision. My inexplicably low mind suddenly returned to my body. It was only then that I realized my situation. I was falling towards this gourd-shaped world at an extremely slow speed. There were meteorites falling from the sky beside me. I was mixed in with the falling meteorites, and I didn't stand out at all. What made me feel even more regretful was that there wasn't a layer of inexplicable power protecting me. Although the speed of my fall was extremely slow, I didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Spirit Energy's eyes twitched, and he didn't have any guesses in his heart. The situation in front of my eyes. It was most likely the work of the four states' heavenly secrets. The inexplicable power protecting me was the most obvious evidence. That power might have appeared out of thin air. I didn't activate Lu Yi myself. Apart from this mysterious and unfathomable heaven's will, who else could have been able to silently support me? Next time, with her experience with Lu Yi, Wang Shan naturally knew that there was only the four states in that world. So, this huge plate in the shape of a gourd must be another world that I knew about. But what made me understand was, why did heavenly secrets send me outside? There were no signs at all. I just wanted to escape from this famous secret realm. In the end, after leaving this famous secret realm and returning to the four states, I came to such a place and arrived there in such a way. It was simply inexplicable. But looking at everything that happened after, heavenly secrets would make mistakes. Since I was sent here, it was clear that heavenly secrets wanted me to do something outside. There was no road behind the mountain, so it was better to think less. Above me was a small land that was slowly approaching. Around it were pieces of fiercely burning meteorites. Seeing that I was less than 300 meters below the ground, I was about to use my spiritual energy to activate my Lu Yi to fly through the air. However, just as I was about to do so, I suddenly discovered that my Lu Yi had been imprisoned within my body. Great Sage of Human Tao. Chapter 1004. This time, Lu Yi was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he was falling from a height of 10,000 feet, like a meteorite falling from the sky. However, he was confident that he could fly, so he did not panic at all. However, if he could not even use his spiritual power, how could he fly? At such a high altitude, even if he had the foundation of a true lake stage cultivator, if he really fell to the ground, he would most likely die. The inexplicable power that shrouded his body had unknowingly disappeared. Lu Yi could clearly feel that the power had turned into a seal that entered his body, causing his spiritual energy to stagnate. He was getting closer and closer to the ground, and his speed was getting faster and faster. His ears were filled with the whistling of the wind. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as he tried to find a way out of this situation. One thing was for sure, the reason why he inexplicably came to such an unfamiliar place was the work of the 9 continents Tianji. It was very likely that Tianji sent him here to do something. Since that was the case, Tianji would not leave him with no way out. The inexplicable power that shrouded his body was like a protection, a barrier, a cover. What was Tianji hiding? There were also many meteorites that fell with him. This did not seem like a coincidence, but more like a trick to confuse him. At this moment of life and death, Lu Ye's mind was unprecedentedly clear, and he quickly came to an uncertain conclusion. Tianji sent him here, but was afraid that someone would discover him, so he sent many meteorites to fall with him as a trick to confuse him, and sealed his power, probably because he was afraid that his aura would leak out. But if that was the case, then he would suffer. Turning his head to look around, Yang Kai found that the closest meteorite to him was a few hundred meters away. If he could reach that meteorite, he could borrow its momentum to slow down his fall, but in his current state, he couldn't do so. As he got closer and closer to the ground, Lu Yi gritted his teeth and looked down, hoping to find a place with water. If that was the case, he might be able to survive. But as far as the eye could see, there was only a dense forest below, and there was no place to store water. He could only take it head-on. His body was strong, and if he was lucky, he might not die. Just as he was thinking about this, the sealing power in his body loosened slightly, and the frozen spiritual energy began to flow. Although it circulated very slowly, it was still a hope for survival. He hurriedly channeled his spirit energy, wanting to fly, but he was unable to do so. At this moment, his cultivation had been suppressed to the third-order spirit stream realm, so he couldn't fly at all. Seeing that he was only a few hundred feet away from the ground, Lu Yi hurriedly squeezed out the spirit energy in his body to construct the flying wing spirit tattoo on his back. With a crash, a pair of fiery red wings spread out. However, in the next instant, the wings collapsed and turned into specks of starlight. A third-order spirit stream realm cultivation wasn't enough to maintain the soaring wing spirit rune. But in that instant, Lu Ye's falling speed was greatly reduced. Almost at the same time as the wings dissipated, his body landed heavily on the ground. His entire body ached from the fall. Boom, 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 violent sounds came from all directions, wrapping up waves of heat waves. It was those meteorites that fell with him, smashing the earth, shaking the mountains, and startling the birds. Lu Yi lay on the ground, bleeding from his mouth and nose, unable to get up. Sure enough, Heaven's secret had left him a way out, but being suppressed to the third-order spirit stream realm made him suffer a lot. With a thought, Lu Yi examined his body. His injuries weren't serious, and fortunately, he had reacted quickly at the last moment. Sensing that something was wrong, he had immediately constructed the soaring wing spirit tattoo. Otherwise, this trip would have boded ill. What made Lu Yi even more happy was that although his cultivation had been suppressed by that inexplicable force, he could still use his divine sense. This was more or less good news. After lying quietly on the ground for a moment, Lu Yi got up. This was not a place to stay for long. No matter why Heaven's secret had sent him here or what he wanted him to do, it could be seen from Heaven's secret's previous response that this was not a good place. Otherwise, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. When he, Ing Wu Ji, and the others were sent to the Peerless Continent, they had been directly teleported there. There hadn't been so much trouble. This world must be extremely dangerous. The commotion caused by the meteorites falling should have attracted many creatures of this world to investigate. Lu Yi knew nothing about this world, so he naturally didn't dare to rashly expose himself. He randomly picked a direction and limped forward. He hadn't walked far when Lu Yi suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction with a puzzled expression. Using his divine sense, he vaguely sensed a vitality in that direction. This vitality gave him a very familiar feeling. After pondering for a moment, he walked in that direction. After a short while, they arrived at their destination. They saw a sturdy figure lying in a pit at first glance. Who else could it be but Dao Shisan? This guy was also here. Lu Yi suddenly remembered that when he rushed into the crack in the sky in the nameless secret realm, he vaguely heard Dao Shisan's angry roar. It seemed that Dao Shisan had chased him here and was then dragged into this place. Lu Yi didn't know what he had encountered to make him unconscious here. However, judging from the pit below him, this guy had fallen directly, which was why he had created a pit in the ground. No wonder he had the physique of a divine sea realm cultivator. He hadn't died from the fall. Looking at the unconscious Dao Shisan, Lu Yi was suddenly overjoyed. It was probably an accident that Dao Shisan was dragged into this place. However, since Tianji had the means to send him here, he should have the means to exclude Dao Shisan. However, Dao Shisan still followed him here. In other words, Tianji had tacitly allowed this. From the looks of it, he wasn't alone. Jiuzhou Tianji had sent over a helper. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yi couldn't do anything to Dao Shisan. His cultivation was weaker than Dao Shisan's, so what could he do? However, an unconscious Dao Shisan was a different story. Lu Yi hurried forward and kicked Dao Shisan. He wanted to make sure that Dao Shisan was unconscious and also to take revenge for that punch. Dao Shisan didn't move at all. After making sure that he wouldn't wake up easily, Lu Yi raised his hand and pointed at Dao Shisan's forehead, activating the soul control rune. Right now, Dao Shisan's soul defense was at its weakest. If Lu Yi could successfully control his soul, he would be able to enslave Dao Shisan. In a completely unfamiliar world like this, a helper like Dao Shisan would undoubtedly be of great help. Lu Ye's anticipation quickly turned into disappointment. He felt as if he had crashed into an iron wall again. Although it wasn't as serious as before, Lu Yi couldn't break through Dao Shisan's soul defense at will even though he was unconscious. Lu Yi didn't dare to delay. He quickly took out a drop of soul water and drank it to replenish his soul power. He tried a second time. There was still no effect. Instead, Dao 13 let out a muffled groan, and a pained expression appeared on his face. Lu Yi felt that if this continued, Dao Shisan would be awakened. Once he woke up, it would be difficult to enslave him with the soul control rune. If it weren't for the special circumstances, Dao Shisan wouldn't have fallen unconscious so easily. Lu Yi made a decision. He took out the deity vanquishing sword from his storage space. When Lu Yi tried to enslave Dao Shisan, he had thought of using the deity vanquishing sword. However, after careful consideration, he decided against it. If he used it, Dao Shisan would definitely be angered. When that happened, Dao Shisan would definitely beat him up. Now was the best time to use the deity vanquishing sword. Lu Yi activated his thin spiritual power and poured it into the deity vanquishing sword. Under normal circumstances, using this treasure would be a piece of cake. However, Lu Ye's cultivation was suppressed too much. He had to take it slow. Unfortunately, time was of the essence. After 30 breaths, Lu Yi felt that it was about time. He aimed the small sword at Dao Shisan's head. The palm-sized deity vanquishing sword didn't even pierce Dao Shisan's skin. However, a spiritual aura flashed from the sword and disappeared into Dao Shisan's forehead. Even though he was unconscious, Dao Shisan immediately revealed a pained expression. He suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked like an angry bull. It was also at this moment that Lu Yi urged his spiritual force on him. Unlike the previous times, Lu Yi didn't feel any resistance this time. His spiritual will easily broke through Dao Shisan's soul defense and branded the soul control rune into his soul. Dao Shisan's expression became even more pained. He growled as if he wanted to resist, but he couldn't. After a while, Lu Yi retracted his spiritual will with a slightly pale face. He gasped for breath and looked at Dao Shisan in front of him. The soul control rune was successfully constructed. He could clearly feel that there was a mysterious connection between him and Dao Shisan. This connection was similar to the one between him and Hu Po, but Lu Yi had more absolute control over it. Perhaps it was because his soul was torn apart by the deity vanquishing sword, but Dao Shisan shook his head vigorously. The light in his eyes became dimmer. His brain wasn't very bright to begin with, so he looked even more foolish now. Lu Yi took out another drop of soul water and dripped it into his mouth. The pained expression on Dao Shisan's face quickly eased. The dimness in his eyes also slowly dissipated. "Let's go," Lu Yi said. He turned around and ran in a certain direction. Dao Shisan got up from the ground and followed closely behind. While running, Lu Yi checked Dao Shisan's situation. He soon discovered that his cultivation was also suppressed because the spiritual energy fluctuations coming from Dao Shisan's body were similar to his. They were only at the 3rd or 4th order spirit stream realm. This made Lu Yi even more certain of his previous guess. The 9 provinces' heaven's secret seemed to be using this method to hide their existence from certain people in this world. Although his cultivation was suppressed to the spirit stream realm, Dao San still had his spirit sea realm physique. What's more, he was an individual cultivator, so his physique was much stronger than Lu Ye's. So, after running for a while, Lu Yi decisively climbed onto Dao San's back and let him carry him forward. Dao San ran as if he was flying. After running for a long time, they came to a city-like building. There was a long line of people lining up to enter. Every pedestrian was wearing a white mask, and every gatekeeper was also wearing a mask. They each held a small wooden stick in their hand. There was a small white object wrapped around the tip of the stick. The stick reached into the mouth of every pedestrian who was about to enter and stirred. Some people nodded and let them pass, while others were directly taken away. This operation confused Lu Yi, and he didn't know what to do if he wanted to enter. "May I ask why the guards are doing this?" Lu Yi asked the pedestrians around him. He had already gotten off Dao San's back and told him to hide and wait for news. The pedestrian replied, "You're not a local, right? Recently, there's been a disease that can be spread by mouth. Those who suffer from this disease will feel depressed and their cultivation will not be smooth. Wearing this mask can effectively prevent others from infecting you." Chapter 1005. After a short while, figures flew over from all directions. Obviously, they were the native creatures who had come to investigate after seeing the commotion of the meteorite shower. To the cultivators of any world, this kind of meteorite that fell from the sky contained a large number of rare minerals that could be used to refine artifacts. Naturally, it would make people scramble for it. At this moment, Lu Yi had already traveled 100 kilometers with Dao 13 on his back. During this time, they encountered some native creatures flying over their head. Fortunately, Lu Ye's divine sense was sharp and he was on guard, so he wasn't exposed. After running for several hundred miles, Lu Yi found a cave and entered it with Dao San. His cultivation was suppressed too much, so he couldn't set up a spirit array. He could only be as vigilant as possible. He didn't know what kind of world this was, nor did he know what kind of creatures lived in this world. He also didn't know why the heavens had sent him here. As for how to return to the 9 states, he had no clue at all. Therefore, the most important thing right now was to collect information about this world. At the very least, he had to figure out whether the creatures in this world were from the human race or some other race. Restoring his cultivation was also a top priority, especially in such an unfamiliar environment. Lu Ye's third-order spirit stream realm cultivation couldn't give him any sense of security. Thinking of this, Lu Yi slowly came up with a plan. Sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the cave, Lu Yi tried to circulate his spirit qi to see if he could break through the inexplicable shackles. His cultivation had been suppressed, but it hadn't fallen, so as long as he could break through the shackles of this inexplicable power, he would be able to recover. But after some effort, Lu Yi had no choice but to give up because he found that the inexplicable power was too strong for him to shake. But to his relief, the power that was shackling his cultivation was dissipating at an extremely slow speed. This meant that even if he didn't do anything, his cultivation could still recover. As for how long this process would take, he couldn't be sure. Since he couldn't restore his cultivation for the time being and couldn't cultivate, Lu Yi couldn't leave this place rashly. For a while, he felt bored. He looked up at Dao 13, who was standing to the side like a wooden stake, and said, "Sit down." Dao 13 had the soul manipulation divine rune planted in him, so he naturally obeyed and sat down obediently. "Who is your High Lord?" Lu Yi asked. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to ask Dao 13 about the High Lord. Although he was currently trapped in this unknown world, sooner or later, he would be able to return to 9 regions. Judging from his brief contact with the High Lord before, this person had great ambitions, and his methods were miraculous. It was very likely that he would stir up a bloody storm in 9 regions at some point in time. If he could understand more about the High Lords, he would be able to deal with them when he returned to the 9 regions in the future. Dao 13 shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Lu Yi frowned. What's his name? Dao 13 shook his head. Lu Yi continued to ask a few more questions. Dao 13 either remained silent or shook his head, which made Lu Yi feel helpless. He had long noticed that Dao Shi-san wasn't very smart. Now, he realized that even though he wasn't a fool, he wasn't far from being one. Dao Shi-san is a Dao soldier. Dao Shi-san suddenly said something strange. Dao soldiers. Lu Yi didn't understand. Yes. Dao 13 nodded. 2022-6. 8. What was a Dao soldier? Although Lu Yi had never heard of it before, he vaguely sensed something. It was very likely that Dao 13 had been tempered by the High Lord using some mysterious method, so even though he had a strong cultivation, his intelligence was still muddled. You're called Dao 13? Do you have Dao 12 or Dao 14? Dao 13 shook his head again. Lu Yi immediately lost interest in talking. Actually, it wasn't hard to pry information out of Dao 13. All Lu Yi needed to do was cast a little spiritual rune on Dao 13. Once this rune was cast, Lu Yi would be able to see through all the secrets in Dao 13's mind. But if he really did that, Lu Yi's secrets would also be exposed to Dao 13, so Lu Yi didn't want to use this method. Even if Dao 13's intelligence was muddled, Lu Yi still had to guard against him. Giving up on the idea of asking Dao 13 for information, the cave fell into silence. Master and servant sat facing each other in silence. Time flew by, and 3 days later. Lu Yi frowned. In these 3 days, his cultivation had recovered a little, but he was still in the third-order spirit stream realm. At this rate, he didn't know how long it would take for him to recover his original true lake realm cultivation. And with that inexplicable power shackling him, no matter how much he cultivated, it would be useless. He really couldn't understand why Heaven's secret would shackle his cultivation. What was it trying to hide? He originally planned to wait until his cultivation recovered before leaving this place to see what kind of world this was. It wouldn't work. He couldn't stay here for 10 or 20 years. Helpless, he could only leave the cave with Dao 13. Unfamiliar with this place, Lu Yi didn't know where to go, so he could only choose a direction at random. Master and servant walked forward. Along the way, they occasionally encountered some beasts, but they were all easily dealt with. Although their cultivation wasn't high, their divine senses were still intact, so these beasts naturally couldn't threaten them. Their luck was good. In less than half a day, the two walked out of the jungle and saw a village at the edge of the forest. There seemed to be a large population in the village. Because there were many houses, Lu Yi didn't rashly enter. Instead, he checked outside the village for a long time. Using his divine sense, he found that there were about 100 families in the village, and the population was close to 1,000. What made Lu Yi happy was that the people living here were humans, and not some strange race. After his previous experience in the sealed world, how could Lu Yi not know that in this vast universe, there was more than one 9-continents world, and more than one race, the human race? However, there were some things that made Lu Yi puzzled. Because this village didn't look like much, but every family seemed to be well off and had many children. The people here seemed to be very fertile. Every family had at least 2 or 3 children, and at most 6 or 7 children. Outside the village, there was a large spirit field, planted with something similar to spirit rice. Lu Yi casually picked some and put it in his mouth to taste. The spirit energy contained in the spirit rice wasn't very rich, but if eaten over a long period of time, it could at least prolong one's life. If that was the case, there should be many people with long lives in this world. However, there were no particularly old people in the village. There were very few people over the age of 40, and most of them were in their 20s or 30s. There were quite a number of cultivators in the village, more than 100 of them. Strangely, their cultivation wasn't high, and they were all at the spirit stream realm. However, they didn't look like cultivators. They seemed to be just ordinary farmers, working in the fields like other ordinary people. Logically speaking, in such a well-established village, everyone should be at ease. However, in Lu Ye's observation, the people in the village, regardless of whether they were men or women, seemed to be in a constant state of anxiety, as if danger was about to come at any time. Even the children who didn't know much about the world rarely had the carefree smile that children should have. Lu Yi was puzzled by all these strange things. After observing for half a day, Lu Yi decided to enter the village. No matter what, he could only make contact with the native human race of this world. Too only then would he have the opportunity to gather information about this world. Otherwise, if he hid in the mountains with Dao Shi-san, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Before appearing, Lu Yi put away the mountain plate saber, and even stuffed his storage pouch into his robes. He led Dao Shi-san into the village. The people working in the fields saw them, but they only glanced at them a few times before ignoring them. This made Lu Yi even more confused. Logically speaking, if strangers came, they should be on guard. However, the people here didn't. They acted as if they didn't see them. On the other hand, the children who were playing at the entrance of the village saw him and Dao Shi-san and ran towards the depths of the village. Some of the older children ran and shouted, "Village head, there are refugees coming." Refugees. It seemed that this world wasn't as peaceful as he thought. There must be some unknown danger weighing down on these humans like a mountain, causing them to be so uneasy. Moreover, this kind of danger could come at any time. Lu Yi couldn't figure out what kind of danger it was. Perhaps it was because the children's shouts from before had alarmed the villagers. One after another, people pushed open the door to investigate, but they didn't go near. Until a middle-aged man in his 40s came forward. Lu Yi took a closer look and found that he was also a cultivator. However, he didn't use any spiritual energy, so Lu Yi couldn't determine his realm. The middle-aged man should be the village head. Although he was a cultivator, he was dressed like a farmer. Lu Yi was puzzled. In the 9 prefectures, anyone who could cultivate would not work in the field. This was because every sect and clan would shelter a large number of mortals. The mortals could provide all the worldly items that the sect needed. However, in this unknown world, it seemed to be a common occurrence. The village head had a miserable expression. Lu Yi didn't know what he had encountered, but his eyes were red. It seemed that he hadn't rested well. He looked at Lu Yi from head to toe, then looked at Dao Shi-san behind him. Lu Yi nodded wordlessly. His brows were tightly knitted, and he looked like he had suffered a great deal. 2022-6-9 He didn't have the slightest understanding of this world, so he naturally adhered to the principle of speaking less and making fewer mistakes. If the village head mistakenly thought that he was a refugee, then he would just treat him as one. Since he was a refugee, it was normal for him to have an expression of grief and indignation. "Do you have a cultivation?" the village head asked again. Lu Yi nodded again and pushed his spiritual energy, revealing the pitiful fluctuations of a third-order spirit stream realm cultivator. The village head sighed, "You're lucky. Since you're here, stay. Well, whether it's a blessing or a curse, it depends on your own fate." Saying so, he beckoned to Lu Yi. Lu Yi followed along with Dao Shi-san. Not long after, under the guidance of the village head, the 3 of them arrived in front of a small courtyard. This is the village's inspection point. There are all kinds of professional masters here. Whether there's electricity or infectious diseases, you can tell with a single touch. Don't ask me why I'm not afraid of a foreigner like you. It's because I'm already sick. The village head's words were so shocking that Lu Yi hurriedly stepped aside. Are you polite? Chapter 1006. The village was filled with small courtyards. Every house was like this, and they weren't close to each other, with some distance between them. As far as the living environment was concerned, it was undoubtedly very good. You will live here from now on. It's your first day here, so you two should rest first, the village chief ordered. Many thanks, village chief, Lu Yi thanked him. The village chief nodded and turned to leave. Lu Yi watched him leave before leading Dao Shisan into the courtyard. He didn't expect to be assigned a place to live as soon as he arrived. But as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Lu Yi frowned. The courtyard was in a mess, and there were a lot of bloodstains on the ground that hadn't dried yet. Obviously, someone had cleaned it up and settled it down. After a while, Lu Yi led Dao 13 out of the courtyard. He was going to talk to the village chief and see if he could get some information, but when he walked out of the courtyard, he found that the whole village was quiet. Even the children who were playing outside were gone. Every house was closed. Lu Yi looked up at the sky. The sun hadn't set yet. He was speechless for a moment. He didn't know what the villagers were hiding from. Walking forward, he came to a courtyard 1,000 meters away. He saw the village chief enter this courtyard before, so this should be the village chief's residence. The door of the small courtyard was closed. Lu Yi raised his hand and knocked on the door. There was a commotion in the house. There were faint screams of children, but their mouths were quickly covered. Then, the village chief's trembling voice sounded. "Who died here?" And judging from the scattered bloodstains, it wasn't just one person who died here. There were at least 5 or 6 people. When the village chief assigned this small courtyard to Lu Yi, he was still wondering where the original owner of this courtyard had gone. Now he understood. The original owner of this courtyard must have met with an accident, and the whole family must have died. Looking at the extent of the dried bloodstains, it should have happened in the last 2 days. Lu Yi was even more puzzled. What kind of danger was hidden in this seemingly prosperous village? Or perhaps the villagers themselves were a danger? If that was the case, Lu Yi wouldn't be afraid. Although he and Dao 13's cultivation had been suppressed to the third-order spirit stream realm, their divine senses were still intact. Dao 13 also had a spirit sea realm physique, so even a true lake realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do anything to them. If the people of such a village really wanted to harm them, they were bound to hit an iron plate. Together with Dao Shilan, they cleaned up the messy house. "Chief, it's me," said Lu Yi. "Who are you?" "The one who fled here today." As soon as Lu Ye's voice fell, a long exhalation came from the house. The village chief's voice also became much gentler. "If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. It's already late today, quickly go and rest." The sun had not set yet, so they were still resting. But since Dao Shisan had said so, Lu Yi couldn't force him. He could only bring Dao Shisan back the way they came. The village was still quiet, like a ghost town. Walking on the empty road, the occasional sound of children crying could be heard, but the adults quickly covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. Lu Yi frowned, increasingly unable to understand the ways of this world. The night passed in silence. The next day, when the sky was bright, the people of the village began to appear one after another. The figures of children playing around also appeared all over the village. Before Lu Yi could go find the village chief, he had already come looking for him. His eyes were still red, as if he hadn't rested well. He looked at Lu Yi with some displeasure. "Don't run around at night. You're already an adult, how can you not know the rules?" Lu Yi wanted to ask why, but if he did, it would expose his ignorance. He could only nod and say, "I'll remember. I've troubled the village chief." Only then did the village chief's expression become slightly better. "It doesn't matter. The wise masters who hurt you are from Tsangnan village. You were from Tsangnan village before and after. What do you do in your village?" Lu Yi asked tentatively, "What can you do here?" "Plant spirit fields, go into the mountains to hunt. Although the ways of the world are like this, you still have to live, right?" He looked as if the world was suffering and life was difficult. Lu Yi immediately understood that the village chief had come to arrange work for him. Thinking about it, since he had come to Tsangnan village, he couldn't reap without sowing. 5-inch then, go into the mountains to hunt? He had never done anything like planting spirit fields before. Hunting in the mountains was much easier. He had killed a few beasts on his way here with Dao Shursan. The village chief nodded. You too have cultivation. Planting spirit fields is a waste of your talent. Today, you'll go into the mountains with 5th Brother Zhang's team. He waved his hand. Come with me. They followed the village chief to the entrance of the village. White, Inchlong Zhang Wu, whom Zhang Shi had mentioned before, and the leader of the group was none other than Zhang Wu. Brother Zhang. 5th Brother Zhang was a dark-skinned man. He didn't look very old, not even 30 years old. 5th Brother Zhang, these two will follow you from now on, said the village chief. 5th Brother Zhang didn't refuse. He nodded and said, Okay. It's getting late. Let's go. You must be back before the sun sets, said the village chief. The teams immediately spread out and entered the mountains from different directions. Lu Yi and Dao Shursan were in 5th Brother Zhang's team. There were a dozen people in this team, all of whom were cultivators in Guangbai. However, all of them were at the 5th stage of the spirit stream realm, with the highest being 5th Brother Zhang. The others in the team were silent. Their expressions were dignified, as if hunting in the mountains was a dangerous task. Only 5th Brother Zhang, who was the team leader, took care of the newcomer Lu Yi and said a few words to him. It's the 100 gathering day in the village. In 5 days, gather at the entrance of the village as usual. Understood. Lu Yi nodded. There were still many beasts in the mountains. Occasionally there would be some weak monster beasts. The team's hunt went smoothly. By the afternoon, they returned with a full load. During this time, Lu Yi secretly warned Dao Shursan not to be too eye-catching. After all, he was only at the 3rd stage of the spirit stream realm. If he suddenly burst out with the strength of a spirit sea realm cultivator, it would be too shocking. Before the sun set, everyone returned with big and small. Bai Wu returned to the village. The village chief was waiting at the entrance. When he saw the return of the team, he finally showed a smile, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The other teams also returned one after another. Soon, the entrance of the village was filled with all kinds of beasts. The village chief made the decision to distribute the meat. Lu Yi and Dao Shursan also received more than 20 kilograms of meat. They carried the meat back to their residence. Dao Shursan directly set up a bonfire in the courtyard to roast the meat. Lu Yi lay in a wooden armchair nearby, lost in thought. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Lu Yi looked up and saw the village chief carrying a bag in his hand. Lu Yi only needed to scan it with his divine sense to know that it contained the spirit rice grown in the village. It seemed that the two of them had worked hard today, so they had a harvest. The village chief handed the spirit rice to Lu Yi and left. The sun was about to set again. Every time this happened, the lively village would become empty. Lu Yi turned to look and saw Dao 13 staring at the barbecued meat without blinking. He walked forward, took a piece of roasted beast meat, and ate it in big bites. Dao Shursan looked on helplessly. If it was before, he would have punched Lu Yi. However, now that Lu Yi had planted the soul manipulation divine rune, he did not dare to be rash. He had no choice but to roast the rest of the meat on the bonfire. Lu Yi leisurely ate the meat. He had to admit that although Dao Shursan was stupid, he was quite good at roasting meat. It tasted delicious. As he was eating, his expression suddenly changed. He sat up straight and sensed his own body. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he clearly felt that the restrictive force in his body was dissipating faster. Then, he watched as Lu Yi grabbed the meat that wasn't fully cooked and began to gorge himself on it. Lu Yi finished it in just a short while. Looking at the empty roasting rack, Dao Shursan frowned. He did not know what had gone wrong. Lu Yi, on the other hand, was overjoyed because he realized that it was as he thought. Eating meat could accelerate the dissipation of the restrictive force. He immediately took out a large amount of meat from his storage bag. Because he was raising Hupo, in addition to his own desire for good food, he always kept a lot of beast meat in his storage pouch all year round. The quality of the meat was undoubtedly much better than the meat he hunted during the day. Since eating meat could accelerate the dissipation of the restrictive force, things were much easier. Seeing Lu Yi take out so much meat, Dao Shisan's frown immediately relaxed. He helped Lu Yi and roasted the meat on the bonfire. The restrictive force from the 9 provinces' heaven's secret would slowly dissipate on its own. However, it was very slow. Lu Yi did not know how long it would take for him to recover his cultivation base. For the past 2 days, he had been thinking about how to dissolve the restrictive force, but he had no idea. Until now. He hurriedly finished the rest of the beast meat in his hand and activated the gluttonous meal. Immediately, a buzzing sound came from his stomach. Under his perception, his stomach seemed to have turned into a millstone, grinding the beast meat that he ate. The power of imprisonment dissipated a little faster, however. It quickly returned to normal. The essence of the meat had been used up. Eating meat could accelerate the dissipation of the restrictive force? Lu Yi did not know why, but based on his current experience, it seemed to be the case. He turned his head and looked at the other piece of meat roasting on the bonfire. Dao Shisan's body tensed up. He looked up and met Lu Ye's gaze. He had a bad feeling. Seeing Lu Yi take out so much meat, Dao Shisan's frown immediately relaxed. He helped Lu Yi and roasted the meat on the bonfire. A moment later, the master and servant both ate until their mouths were covered in oil. However, Lu Ye's brows furrowed. This time, the restrictive force in his body did not react at all. When he ate the meat just now, the restrictive force dissipated faster. Why was there no reaction this time? He did not believe it and ate a few more pieces, but there was still no reaction. He did not understand. Chapter 1007. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yi had some guesses. However, he still needed to verify whether it was what he thought it was. He turned his head to look. Dao Shisan immediately turned around and used his body to block the barbecued meat in his hand. He was afraid that Lu Yi would snatch it away again. How could Lu Yi snatch it away from him? He got up and walked to the side. He took the bag of spirit rice that the village chief had given him, opened it, and stuffed a handful of spirit rice into his mouth. Although the spirit rice was hard to swallow without cooking, it was not a problem for Lu Yi. He casually chewed a few times and swallowed it. At the same time, he urged the gluttonous meal to speed up his digestion and calmly sensed it. The inexplicable power that sealed his cultivation was dissipating at a faster speed. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. It was as he thought. It was not that eating meat could speed up the dissipation of the sealing power. It was that he had to eat something native to this world, not meat or spirit rice. As for why this was the case, Lu Yi was not too sure. He subconsciously felt that there might be some special power hidden in the food of this world that could dissolve the sealing power. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was not very likely. No matter whether it was the meat or spirit rice he ate, there was nothing special about it. If there was a special power hidden in it, he would definitely be able to detect it. What's more, that mysterious sealing power was something that Tianji had left on his body, and Tianji had done this to hide who had discovered him. Since that was the case, why would eating something produced in this world be able to speed up the melting of the sealing power? Lu Yi ate the spirit rice and pondered deeply. Tianji of the 9 prefectures was guarding against someone. Who in this world was worthy of Tianji of the 9 prefectures' vigilance? Even the method of sending him here was under the cover of the meteor shower. Tianji of the 9 prefectures sealed 99% of his cultivation, almost reducing him to the level of an ordinary person. Suddenly, Lu Yi thought of a possibility. Tianji of the 9 prefectures might not be guarding against someone, but the entire world. The world had its own will. Although no one had ever told Lu Yi anything, Lu Yi had always felt that the mysterious and omnipresent Tianji was the will of the 9 prefectures' world. That was why he had so many mysteries. The soaring dragon realm that he had been to before also had a will. It had turned into Yi Liuli and accompanied him by his side. In the end, it had gifted him the broken source of the soaring dragon realm. Since that was the case, it was very likely that this unknown world had also given birth to a will. As an outsider, he was sent to this world by the 9 prefectures' heavenly secret. This was tantamount to an invasion. It was very easy for the will of this world to detect him. That was why the 9 prefectures' heavenly secrets sealed his cultivation and even used the meteor shower as a cover to let him come to this world. By eating the beast meat and spiritual rice of this world, it was equivalent to imprinting the information of this world into his body, assimilating his existence with this world. In this way, the will of this world would have a hard time detecting the existence of an intruder. That was why the power of imprisonment was dissipating so quickly. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was right. Many of his doubts were easily resolved. Take the method of ascending to this world as an example. When he, Ing Wuji, and the others went to the broken Wushuang continent together, Jiuzhou Tianji directly teleported them over. There were no twists and turns at all as they appeared all over the Wushuang continent. But this time, they used the meteor shower as a cover. Because this was the only way to deceive the will of this world. If that was the case, then the will of this world was definitely not as good as the 9 prefectures' heavenly secrets. Otherwise, it would have already detected him and would not have been deceived by the 9 prefectures' heavenly secret. It was very likely that the will of this world was in a hazy state. It was not as complete as the 9 prefectures' heavenly secret. If he was compared to the 9 prefectures' heavenly secrets, then Tao 13's intelligence was comparable to the will of this world. A large piece of half-eaten beast meat was suddenly placed in front of Lu Yi. Only then did Lu Yi recover from his thoughts. He looked up and saw Tao 13's reluctant expression. However, he resolutely handed over his beast meat. It was probably because he could not bear to see Lu Yi eating the spiritual rice. Lu Yi laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Come with me. I will take you to find something good to eat." Since eating the food of this world could speed up the dissipation of the power of imprisonment, it was too simple. There were many beasts and monster beasts in this mountain. He and Tao 13 had killed some of them before, but they did not eat them. That was why they had only discovered this mystery today. The whole village was quiet. Everyone had closed their doors and windows. Lu Yi and Tao 13's departure did not alarm anyone. Deep into the mountain, the master and servant duo soon had a full harvest. They found a place to start a fire and simply roasted the meat. Lu Yi had always had a big appetite. With the help of the gluttonous meal, he could naturally digest as much as he ate. Tao 13 was even better. After all, he had the physique of a spirit sea realm cultivator. Holly won the food came much faster than Lu Yi. Therefore, in less than an hour, the two of them had eaten all the food they had collected in the middle of the night. The power of imprisonment in his body dissipated a little. Lu Ye's cultivation returned to the 4th order spirit stream realm. The same was true for Tao 13. Lu Yi did not continue and led Tao 13 back to the village. During the day, a hunting team like theirs did not need to work in the fields. They only needed to go into the mountain every 5 days to hunt some beasts and bring them back. This saved Lu Yi a lot of trouble. Every day, he would chat with someone during the day and inquire about information about this world. At night, he would lead Tao 13 into the mountain to hunt. Relatively speaking, gathering information did not go very well. Lu Yi did not even know what this world was called, and the villagers had never left the village since they were born. He only knew that there was not only the human race in this world, but also another race that the villagers called the Holy Race. As for what kind of race the Holy Race was, Lu Yi did not know, and neither did the villagers. What made his heart heavy was that the Holy Race seemed to have an inviolable position in the hearts of the villagers. Every time Lu Yi wanted to inquire more about the Holy Race, the villagers would avoid him, making him feel helpless. On the 5th night after arriving at the village, Lu Yi still led Tao 13 to hunt in the mountains. over the past few days, the two of them had recovered their cultivations to the sixth-order spirit stream realm. Although this was nothing compared to their original cultivation, it was still a good start. Moreover, Lu Yi also noticed that eating the flesh and blood of demon beasts was much more effective than eating the flesh and blood of beasts. Perhaps it was because there was more essence in the flesh of monster beasts. Lu Yi had been searching for powerful monster beasts these past few days, but unfortunately, he had not gained anything. At this time, it was already the second half of the night. Lu Yi led Dao 13 back to the village before dawn. Otherwise, if they were seen by the villagers, the village chief would definitely reprimand them for not following the rules. After leaving the mountain forest and seeing the village from a distance, Lu Ye's footsteps paused because a blood-red light flashed from the direction of the village. From this blood-red light there was a faint scream. The scream sounded familiar, and the image of a woman immediately appeared in Lu Ye's mind. After a few days of getting along, Lu Yi and the villagers of Tsangnan village had become familiar with each other, and he knew many of them. He had exchanged a few words with this woman. She was about 20 years old, and had a third-order spirit stream realm cultivation. She was a member of the hunting team. The scream came from this woman, but the blood-red light definitely did not belong to her, because the spirit energy fluctuations emanating from the blood-red light were at the Cloud River realm. There were no Cloud River realm cultivators in Tsangnan village. Lu Yi did not know who she had encountered and was actually kidnapped, but at this time, he obviously could not just sit back and watch. However, just as he was about to save her, her screams came to an abrupt end. Perhaps Lu Ye's movements had alerted the owner of the blood-red light. After glancing over, the figure in the blood-red light flew straight over. After a short while, it landed in front of Lu Yi. The blood-red light dissipated, revealing a figure. The person who came was wearing a long robe. He was tall and slender, at least a head taller than Lu Yi. His exposed skin was blood-red, like a cooked lobster, and he had a pair of pointed ears. His 10 fingernails were sharp and gleaming with a cold light. The woman Lu Yi knew was held in his hand like a rag sack. She was no longer breathing, and there were 2 bloody holes on her white and slender neck, but no blood was flowing out. Even her whole body had become extremely pale, as if all the blood in her body had been drained. Lu Yi quietly looked at the strange figure in front of him, his eyes drooping slightly. He finally understood what the villagers meant by the holy race. Blood race. He had seen many blood race in the soaring dragon realm, and had even killed many with his own hand. How could he be unfamiliar with the blood race? It could even be said that when he entered the Mirage realm with the help of the breath fruit core, there were many blood race figures rushing out of the mist. The destruction of the soaring dragon realm was directly related to the blood race. It was the absorption of the blood world and the invasion of the blood race that led to the destruction of the soaring dragon realm. He entered the soaring dragon realm to train and brought another possible future to the soaring dragon realm with his own strength. Although this future could not be realized, he still received the final gift of the soaring dragon realm's origin. So, this was the blood world. Where did this blood food come from? The strange blood race member sized up Lu Yi and Dao Shisan, and his eyes lit up. The quality is not bad. As he spoke, he casually threw the woman's body aside and reached out to grab Dao Shisan. For the blood race, people with rich blood like Dao Shisan were undoubtedly more attractive, so he directly attacked Dao Shisan. However, this time he kicked an iron plate. He grabbed Dao Shisan's shoulder with one hand, but his sharp nails did not break Dao Shisan's body. After all, this was the body of a divine ocean realm cultivator. How could a blood race member of the Cloud River realm break it? The strange blood race member's expression changed. Dao Shisan turned to look at Lu Yi. "Take him down," Lu Yi said in a low voice. Dao Shisan grabbed the blood race member's shoulder with one hand, and the latter struggled with all his might. However, it was useless. At the same time, he was shocked that such a lowly person had such brute strength. After a series of punches and kicks, the blood race member was tied up and hung on a tree branch. Are you a King blood race member? You suck other people's blood every day. Not a single drop of your blood is your own, right? Look at how arrogant you are. I dare you to be so arrogant. The blood race member's defense was obviously broken by his taunting. Damned ant, let me go or you'll all die. He roared and cursed wildly, trying to scare Lu Yi into letting him go. Dao Shi-san, beat him up. If I don't beat the *T out of you, then I'll consider it your fault. Chapter 1008. As soon as Lu Yi finished speaking, Dao Shi-san made his move. He grabbed the stranger's wrist and twisted the stranger's arm into the shape of a fried dough twist. The stranger screamed in agony as his spiritual energy surged wildly. Thick blood surged out of his body, trying to break free from Dao 13's grip. Although Dao 13's cultivation level was unimpressive, he still had a divine ocean realm physique. How could the stranger break free? Anger and shock appeared on his face as he shouted, "How dare you, blood food! Let go of me!" He had never experienced such an unbelievable thing before. Not only was a mere blood food not afraid of him, but he even dared to attack him. The stranger's struggles annoyed Dao 13, so he pulled the stranger in front of him and headbutted him. With a boom, Dao 13 was unscathed, but the unfamiliar blood clan member felt the world spin around him, and he saw stars. He finally realized that something was wrong. The two blood food in front of him were not the kind that would obey his orders. Instead, they had a rebellious heart. The bloody light around his body became even more intense. Suddenly, he turned into a pool of blood. Dao 13 had never seen such a strange secret technique before. His grip loosened, and the stranger broke free from his grip. The crimson light turned and attempted to flee into the distance. However, Lu Yi was prepared. With a surge of his divine sense, he turned it into an invisible force that rushed toward the bloody light. As the stranger screamed, the bloody light twisted, revealing the stranger's figure. Dao 13 saw this and also used his divine sense to attack. The stranger immediately fell to the ground, his body twitching. He was only a Cloud River realm cultivator. How could he resist the divine sense attacks of Lu Yi and Dao 13? His mind was in a daze, and even if he recovered, he would still be a fool. Lu Yi stepped forward and touched the stranger's forehead. After a moment of hesitation, he used a bit of his divine sense on him. If he wanted to gather information about this world, it was best to start with the stranger. This was the first time Lu Yi used a bit of his divine sense. He was very careful because this divine pattern was related to the divine sense. Lu Yi's divine sense surged, easily breaking through the unfamiliar blood race's divine soul defense. The moment the divine pattern was completed, Lu Yi frowned. Strange images that he had never seen before appeared in his mind, and a large amount of information flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. That kind of feeling was very strange and uncomfortable. Lu Yi was suffering, but so was the strange vampire. The vampire, who had almost fallen into a coma, suddenly opened his eyes wide and trembled violently. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. Obviously, he had discovered some of Lu Yi's secrets. After a long while, Lu Yi withdrew his finger and retreated to the side. His face was visibly pale and his forehead was covered in sweat. Many unfamiliar images and information mixed together in his mind, attacking his mind. Lu Yi quickly took out a drop of soul-cleansing water and swallowed it. Only then did he feel a little better. He silently decided that in the future, unless he had no other choice, he would definitely not use his spiritual perception. Although this divine imprint was miraculous, it was a type of torture to both him and others. Perhaps in the future, when his soul became stronger, it would be better, but for now, the experience of stimulating his soul was definitely not good. Fortunately, he had obtained a lot of information about this world. Keep an eye on him, instructed Lu Yi. 13 sat down cross-legged and silently digested the information he had just obtained. It was different from what he had imagined. This shouldn't be the Blood Realm that had once destroyed the Soaring Dragon Realm, but a realm called the Blood Refining Realm. This realm was as vast as the 9 provinces, and it was ruled by the Blood Race. There were also many humans living here, but they were nothing more than food for the vampires, just like livestock. In the Blood Refining Realm, the Blood Race's status was supreme. They could take from humans and kill them as they pleased. Countless years of deeply ingrained beliefs made it so that most humans didn't have the heart to resist the Blood Race. In fact, most people didn't even know what the Blood Race was. They only knew of the Sacred Race. Take the nearby village, for example. From the village chief to the naughty children, no one had ever seen a Blood Race before. Everyone who had seen a Blood Race had died. Now, many things that Lu Yi had been puzzled about became clear. Previously, Lu Yi was very puzzled. The people in the village seemed to have no worries about food and clothing, but why were they so worried all day and closed their doors every night? Only now did he know that death could come at any time. In such an oppressive atmosphere, how could the villagers be at ease? They closed their doors at night and instinctively guarded against the Blood Race, but what was the use? When the Blood Race came to the village, they could catch whoever they wanted. The thin doors couldn't stop the Blood Race's invasion at all. The village's population wasn't small because the Blood Race had raised humans like livestock. Since they were livestock, they naturally had to encourage reproduction, so every family tried to raise as many children as possible. The Blood Race even allowed humans to cultivate. To the Blood Race, the blood of some cultivators was much more useful than the blood of ordinary people. However, the Blood Race didn't allow humans to have 2 strong cultivators, so any cultivator in the village whose cultivation exceeded a certain level would disappear without a trace at a certain time. This was also the reason why there weren't any humans who were too old or too strong in the village. Once they were old, they would be useless to the Blood Race and could only be used as food. In the Blood Refinement Realm, humans lived like pigs and dogs. In fact, they were even worse than pigs and dogs. This was because, under the Blood Race's rule, humans couldn't live past the age of 40. People like the village chief could be considered to have a long lifespan among humans. After sorting out the complicated information in his mind, Lu Yi slowly stood up and walked to the Blood Race's side. After being attacked by Lu Ye's and Dao Shisan's spiritual sense, the Blood Race had fallen into a coma. Lu Yi took out the mountain blade, aimed it at the Blood Race's chest, and stabbed it. The unconscious Blood Race suddenly opened his eyes and straightened his body. He looked at Lu Ye's eyes in shock and anger. Lu Ye's eyes were cold and sharp. He turned his blade and dug out a blood-red ball the size of a longan from the Blood Race's chest. The ball was dark red as if it was made of fresh blood. At a glance, it looked like a kind of crystal that was extremely sturdy. This was the Blood Race's heart and the condensation of their cultivation. It was similar to the demon core of a demon beast. The Blood Race called it the blood crystal. This was the first time Lu Yi knew about the blood crystal. When he was killing the Blood Race in the Soaring Dragon Realm, he didn't care about such details. This time, if he hadn't used the mountain-piercing spiritual sense to obtain a lot of information, he might not have noticed it. When the blood crystal was taken out, the Blood Race's neck immediately tilted and he stopped breathing. Lu Yi held the blood crystal in his hand and studied it for a moment. To eat it or not to eat it, that was the question. If he wanted to dissolve the restraining power in his body and recover his original cultivation, he had to do his best to imprint as much information about this world into his body so that he could assimilate with this world. The specific method was to eat the things in this world. He had been doing this for the past few days, but his progress wasn't fast. Based on his current progress, it would take him at least 2 months to fully recover his cultivation. Dao Shisan would take even longer because his cultivation was higher. The main reason was that he couldn't hunt valuable demon beasts. Most of the demon beasts he and Dao Shisan hunted were ordinary beasts. In comparison, the blood crystal in his hand was undoubtedly more valuable. If he could really refine the energy in the blood crystal, Lu Yi felt that he would be able to dissolve a lot of the restraining force in his body. It was very likely that he would be able to recover part of his strength. The blood race wasn't human, but they were still somewhat similar to the human race. This thing was taken out from the blood race's body. On second thought, the blood race treated humans like livestock. What was the point of eating a blood crystal? It wasn't like he hadn't eaten a demon beast's demon core before. He should just treat it as a demon beast's demon core. This wasn't the land of the 9 states. No matter what, the most important thing was to recover his cultivation as soon as possible. With that thought, Lu Yi didn't hesitate anymore. He took out some water and washed the blood crystal clean. Then, under Dao Shisan's stunned gaze, he stuffed it into his mouth. It was crunchy and crunchy. There wasn't any special texture. There wasn't even much of a bloody taste. It wasn't bad. As he was eating, he suddenly heard the sound of something piercing through the air. Lu Yi looked up quietly and saw a blood-red light flying toward the village. Clearly, another blood race member was going to the village to catch blood food. Lu Yi channeled a bit of his spiritual energy. Sure enough, it attracted the blood race member's attention. The blood-red light changed direction and flew toward him. Soon, it landed in front of him and revealed itself. Like the previous blood race member, this blood race member was tall and slender. His skin was red and he had 2 pointy ears. The blood race members were generally taller than humans. When Lu Yi looked at his face, a scene immediately appeared in his mind. This scene came from the dead blood race member on the ground. Because just half an hour ago, these 2 blood race members were still fighting. In the land of the 9 states, the human race was divided into 2 camps. They fought each other endlessly. In this blood-refining world, the blood race members weren't united. In fact, their fights were even fiercer and more chaotic. This was all because of the blood crystal. After a member of the blood clan killed another member of the blood clan, they could take the blood crystal of the other member of the blood clan to increase their own cultivation. This was somewhat similar to the demonic beast. The demonic beasts could increase their own cultivation by devouring the demonic cores of other demonic beasts. Because of this, the blood race members grew much faster than humans. This was because they could consume each other's blood crystals to increase their growth. Moreover, there weren't many hidden dangers. This was an advantage that humans didn't have. It was also the fundamental reason why the blood race ruled this world. Half an hour ago, 2 blood race members fought. The weaker one fled pathetically and came to the village to catch blood food to replenish his strength. In the end, he was killed by Lu Yi and Dao Shisan. Half an hour later, the other blood race member tracked him down. He probably wanted to enter the village to have a good meal, but he was lured here by Lu Yi. The blood race member landed and saw his fellow blood race member lying on the ground. He then looked at Lu Yi and Dao Shisan. He didn't understand the situation and asked, "How did he die?" "I'm not Dao Shisan." Chapter 1009. As soon as he said that, he saw Lu Ye's mountain plate saber dripping with blood. "You killed him." This was truly strange. A mere blood meal actually had the guts to kill a saint. He had lived for so many years, but he had never seen such a thing before. However, he had sensed Lu Ye's spiritual power fluctuations just now. He was only a human cultivator at the spirit stream realm. He should have been a villager from a nearby village. How could he have killed a member of the holy race with such a cultivation base? That Saint clan member was at the Cloud River tier, after all. Just as he was feeling a little bewildered, he suddenly frowned and stared at Lu Yi. "What are you eating?" Lu Yi gazed at him as she chewed. This sound was oddly familiar to the vampire. He had also eaten blood crystals from his own race. What made him even more horrified was that the 2 blood feasts were not frightened at all when they saw him. Instead, they were eager to try. The Blood Clan member finally realized that something was wrong. He turned around and was about to escape, but the next moment, he felt a pain in his head. It was as if someone had hit his head with an invisible sledgehammer. He couldn't help but stagger a few steps and fall to the ground. When he came back to his senses, there were already two figures in front of him, looking down at him from above, one on the left and one on the right, expressionlessly. "How dare you!" The vampire was furious. He was a noble saint race, so when had he ever been looked at so disdainfully by a blood food? He immediately felt humiliated. Tao 13 slapped him on the shoulder, and the blood race youth felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. He finally panicked when he felt the irresistible force on his shoulder, but he still tried to put on a brave front and yelled, "Let go of me! If you dare disrespect me, you're all dead." Lu Yi scrutinized the stubborn vampire, wondering whether to kill him and take his blood crystal or use soul manipulation to enslave him. The blood crystal was indeed very useful to him. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the shackling force in his body was rapidly dissipating. In this short period of time, his cultivation had been restored to the 7th order spirit stream realm, and it was still continuing to recover. If he could obtain another blood crystal, it would be easy for him to recover his Cloud River tier cultivation base. But if he really did that, it would be a one-time deal. It was undoubtedly better to enslave the blood race. He could use this blood race to search for more traces of the blood race and obtain more blood crystals. At this point, Lu Yi made a decision. He raised his hand and pointed at the vampire. The blood breed was still struggling, but after being slapped by the impatient Tao 13, he immediately became obedient. Lu Yi tapped a finger on the blood tribe cultivator's forehead and activated his divine sense. He could feel the blood tribe cultivator's resistance. However, this blood tribe cultivator was only at the Cloud River tier, so his divine sense was naturally not as powerful as Lu Ye's. A few days ago, Lu Yi couldn't enslave Dao Shursan because Dao Shursan's spirit was stronger than his. He had no choice but to use the deity vanquishing sword to break Dao Shursan's spirit defense. Against a blood tribe member at the Cloud River tier, there was no need to go through so much trouble. As the soul manipulation divine sigil was branded, the blood tribe's resistance became weaker and weaker until it completely stopped. Lu Yi retracted his hand and sensed the connection between him and the vampire in front of him. He knew that the divine pattern had been completed. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that the difference in size between humans and the Blood Clan was too obvious, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. He could have turned into a Blood Clan member by activating the spirit tattoos on his face. However, the difference in size was too obvious, and the Blood Tribe's skin was red, so there was no way to disguise it. The Blood Tribe cultivator stood up and looked at Lu Yi, his expression full of caution and respect. The soul manipulation divine sigil only enslaved the other party's mind, but it didn't affect the other party's mind. At this moment, in the Blood Tribe cultivator's heart, Lu Yi was sacred and inviolable. However, he didn't know how to address Lu Yi, so he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. "What's your name?" Lu Yi asked. "Zhang Julai," the Blood Tribe cultivator replied honestly. Lu Yi frowned. "Why do you Blood Tribe cultivators all use human names?" The Blood Tribe cultivator he had killed before also had a human name. Lu Yi hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, thinking that it was just a coincidence. However, now it seemed that wasn't the case. Zhang Julai replied, "Human names are pleasant and easy to remember. In ancient times, the holy race used another kind of name. However, that kind of name was difficult to pronounce and difficult to understand, so it was gradually abandoned. The current rule of the holy race is that after killing the first human, we take their name for ourselves." Lu Yi thought for a moment and realized that there was indeed such a rule in the information he had obtained from the Dead Blood Tribe cultivator. However, because the information he had obtained was too large and complicated, it was difficult for him to digest it all in a short period of time, so he hadn't noticed it. The blood tribe cultivator in front of him was called Zhang Julai. In other words, there was once a human with this name. Then, if a human's name was Gooden or something like that. Lu Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhang Julai said, "There are indeed people with this kind of name in the holy race. However, if you don't like it, you can completely abandon it and take it again." It was just a matter of killing a few more humans. For the blood tribe, it really wasn't a troublesome matter. It was precisely because of this rule that the blood tribe cultivators had all kinds of strange names. Often, the blood tribe cultivators born in the same place would not have the same surname. It was extremely strange. "Take me to your cave residence," Lu Yi urged. Unlike the 9 provinces where sects stood in great numbers, the blood tribe didn't have sects because of their simple cultivation. They knew how to cultivate from the moment they were born. It could be said that the cultivation method was branded in the depths of their blood. As long as they followed the prescribed order and had enough resources, they could continuously obtain great power. In this regard, the blood tribe was much stronger than the human race. 100% if the human race wanted to cultivate, they must first have the aptitude for cultivation. Even if they had the aptitude, it would be difficult for them to go far if they weren't good enough. However, almost all of the blood tribe cultivators could be said to be cultivators. They could improve their cultivation by refining the essence of blood. They could also improve their cultivation by hunting their own kind for blood crystals. The latter, in particular, was very helpful to the blood tribe. Therefore, there was no need for sects at all, let alone teachers to teach them. They basically gathered around their cave residence. The number of blood tribe cultivators gathered in a cave residence and the strength of their cultivation determined the size of the cave residence. The various cave residences frequently fought and attacked each other constantly. They were not only seizing each other's blood crystals, but they were also seizing the humans under each other's jurisdiction. To the blood tribe, the human race was not only livestock in captivity, but also a cultivation resource. They were also a hotbed for breeding their own kind. Zhang Julai and the blood tribe member killed by Lu Yi belonged to 2 different cave residences. They had long had a grudge against each other. This village was under the jurisdiction of Zhang Julai's cave residence. Logically speaking, the humans here were the property of Zhang Julai's cave residence. That blood tribe member came over for no reason, so Zhang Julai naturally couldn't tolerate him and fought him. Zhang Julai came out on top in the battle. The blood tribe member was driven away and came to the village to hunt for blood to replenish himself. In the end, he was killed by Lu Yi and Dao Shisan. Due to the internal strife, the blood tribe suffered huge casualties every year. However, the dead blood tribe members would become nutrients for the growth of the other blood tribe members. Moreover, the blood tribe members were easy to breed and cultivate. Therefore, the total number of blood tribe members in the blood refinement realm didn't decrease and could be constantly replenished. With the soul manipulation divine rune, Zhang Julai naturally wouldn't disobey Lu Ye's orders. He immediately led him into the depths of the mountain. As the sky gradually brightened, the villagers of Tsangnan village began to go out. However, Lu Yi and Dao Shisan were nowhere to be seen. In addition, a woman was missing from a family in the village. The villagers had long been accustomed to this and were only slightly sad. Those who were supposed to work in the fields went to work, and those who were supposed to hunt in the mountains went hunting. On the other side, Zhang Julai urged the bloody light to wrap around Lu Yi and Dao Shisan and bring them to the depths of the mountain. On a rock wall, there was a huge cave entrance that looked like the mouth of a ferocious beast. Bright Moon Cave. This was the cave mansion where Zhang Julai lived. Along the way, Lu Yi asked Zhang Julai a lot of questions and learned that there were more than 10 blood tribe members gathered in Bright Moon Cave. Most of them were at the Cloud River realm, but there were also a few at the Spirit Stream realm. The owner of the cave mansion was a female blood tribe member named Sun Miaozhu. She was at the Cloud River realm 9th order, and could be considered the strongest in Bright Moon Cave. This 100-kilometer radius could be considered the territory of Bright Moon Cave. There were 4 or 5 villages like Tsangnan village under its jurisdiction. The cave entrance was guarded by Blood Tribe members. When they saw Zhang Julai's escape light from afar, they warned loudly, "Who are you?" Zhang Julai replied, "It's me." As he spoke, he had already landed at the cave entrance. When the Blood Tribe member saw Zhang Julai, he grinned, "So it's Brother Zhang." Then, he saw Lu Yi and Dao Shisan beside him and couldn't help but be puzzled. "Brother Zhang, these 2 Blood Tribe members are my new blood slaves." Zhang Julai replied casually. The Blood Tribe could activate a special kind of blood seal and brand it into the body of a human cultivator. Its function was similar to soul control, but its control was not as absolute. Back in the Soaring Dragon Realm sealed world, Lu Yi had heard of the term blood slaves. On the way here, he had also discussed with Zhang Julai how to deal with them. The Blood Tribe member glanced at Dao Shisan with some envy. "Brother Zhang, you have good eyes. This Blood Tribe member is full of vitality and is very good. If he is nurtured well, he may become a great talent in the future." Then, he looked at Lu Yi and shook his head. "This one is much worse." Lu Yi had lived for so long, but this was the first time someone had looked down on him so much. However, he was now Zhang Julai's blood slave, so naturally, he didn't have much of a reaction. He just stood behind Zhang Julai respectfully. "Has anything happened in the cave recently?" Zhang Julai asked. The Blood Tribe member shook his head. "What can happen? It's still the same." Zhang Julai nodded slightly and led Lu Yi and Dao Shisan into the cave. The passage inside the cave was spacious, dry, and not damp. There were oil lamps on both sides of the passage, so it wasn't dark. After walking for a while, many cave dwellings appeared on both sides of the passage. The first few cave dwellings were empty and didn't look like they were inhabited. However, not long after, Lu Yi found a figure in one of the cave dwellings. He glanced at it casually and didn't pay it much attention at first. However, he soon stopped and frowned. Chapter 10:10. Lu Yi discovered that the one living in the cave wasn't a vampire, but a human. Moreover, it was a woman with extraordinary looks. She looked a little weak and pale, but what caught Lu Yi's attention wasn't her complexion but her belly. This woman had a big belly. She was obviously pregnant. The woman panicked when she met Lu Yi's gaze and hurriedly shrank to the side. Lu Yi frowned and didn't want to investigate further for now. However, he soon discovered that something wasn't quite right. There were many pregnant women living in the cave. Along the way, he saw at least 7 or 8 of them. There were also some who weren't pregnant, but they all hid in their caves and didn't dare to show their faces. Without exception, all of these women were quite beautiful. Lu Yi had some guesses and his heart was heavy. Bright Moon Cave didn't only have these human women. There were also some men, but there weren't many of them. They were all captured by the vampires to serve them. These humans weren't even blood slaves. If the vampires were injured or in the mood, they could capture them and drink their blood at will. The deeper they went, the more accessible the passageways became. Zhang Julai was quite familiar with the place and led Lu Yi and Dao Shisan in a certain direction. Soon, they arrived at his residence. This place was undoubtedly much more spacious than the places where the pregnant women lived outside. The environment was also better. There was a door blocking the entrance and a restriction covering it. Zhang Julai's tense expression finally relaxed when they arrived here. He bowed to Lu Yi and said, "My lord, this is where I live and cultivate." He didn't know how to address Lu Yi. He originally wanted to call Lu Yi master, but Lu Yi didn't like this title and could only call him lord. Lu Yi sat down and asked with a sullen expression, "What's with the pregnant women outside?" Zhang Julai replied, "They were all brought back from the nearby villages for the pleasure of our clansmen. In addition, they are also pregnant." Lu Yi was currently searching through the dead vampire's memories and found that it was indeed as Zhang Julai had said. It was also as he had previously thought. These women were all captured for the pleasure of the vampires. Although the vampires were generally taller than humans, their body structure was almost the same. Moreover, the vampires' aesthetic seemed to be more inclined toward humans. Human beauties were also beauties in their eyes. As a result, the males of the blood race preferred human females and didn't have much interest in females of the same race. While indulging in pleasure and lust, it was inevitable that some human women would get pregnant. Perhaps it was due to the vampires' powerful bloodlines, but the children of the two races were all vampires without exception. Thus, the vampires had always treated the human race as a breeding ground for their brethren. This was also the reason why there were so many humans living under the vampires' rule. To the blood race, humans weren't just treasures. They were also important to the continuation of their race. It could be said that 90% of the blood race in the blood refinement realm were born from humans. Once these babies were born, they would be sent to a special place to be nurtured. This was also the reason why the blood breeds in the blood refinement realm did not rely on clans to survive. They did not have any clans at all. Most of the blood breeds did not even know who their parents were, so how could they survive as clans? Zhang Julai had gone out earlier because a woman in Bright Moon Cave had given birth to a vampire fetus, and he was in charge of sending the fetus out. Lu Yi clenched and unclenched his fists as he listened to Zhang Julai's words and searched through the dead vampire's memories. Zhang Julai didn't even dare to breathe loudly, as though he could sense Lu Ye's mood. The room was silent. Only Dao Shi-san was looking left and right foolishly. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking was extremely abrupt in the silent atmosphere. Startled, Zhang Julai hurriedly looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi tilted his head. Zhang Julai opened the door, and a blood tribe member stood outside. He looked very young, and his cultivation base was probably not very high. He was probably one of the Spirit Stream Realm blood tribe members. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed to Zhang Julai, then said, "The cave master requests your presence." Zhang Julai nodded. "I'll go right away." The vampire looked past Zhang Julai and looked inside before adding, "Cave master heard that you've taken in 2 new blood thralls. He wants you to bring them along as well." A trace of darkness flashed through Zhang Julai's eyes as he responded with a gloomy voice. Only then did the vampire leave. Zhang Julai closed the door and looked at Lu Yi. "My lord, that woman probably doesn't have good intentions." He glanced at Dao Shi-san as though he wanted to say something. "What do you mean?" Lu Yi asked. Zhang Julai was a bit embarrassed. She probably likes this one. In terms of aesthetics, vampire males preferred human females. However, vampire females were different. Most vampire females were willing to mate with males of their own race. Of course, there were exceptions. Bright Moon Abode's cave lord, Sun Miaozhu, was one such vampire. All year round, she had abducted strong human males from different villages. Normally, she would use them to relieve her loneliness, and when she was no longer able to use them, she would turn those human males into blood food to improve her cultivation. In any case, to her, humans were just livestock, and no one dared to resist her. Dao Shi-san's robust physique and vigorous blood energy naturally attracted Sun Miaozhu's interest. It was unknown which vampire had reported Dao Shi-san's existence to Sun Miaozhu as soon as they returned. Zhang Julai wasn't surprised by this, but as Lu Ye's sole slave, he had to consider her feelings in all aspects. Moreover, he could see that Lu Yi hadn't followed him to Bright Moon Abode to sightsee. She had something important to do. As for what it was, Zhang Julai wasn't an idiot. He could guess. If he was a bit nervous and perturbed. Lu Yi turned to Dao Shi-san and chuckled. "Since you like her, let's go meet her." Zhang Julai immediately led the way. The group walked into the depths of the abode, and stopped only when they reached a spacious hall. Faint sounds of debauchery could be heard. Lu Yi looked up and saw a vampire woman lying on a large stone bed. Her overly slender figure swayed in the dim light. There were also 2 strong human youths on the bed. One was kneeling at her feet and massaging her legs, while the other was kneeling behind her and massaging her shoulders. Both the vampire women and the human men were wearing pitifully little clothes. It was truly an eyesore. This vampire woman was clearly the abode master of Bright Moon Abode, Sun Miaozhu. Zhang Julai led Lu Yi and Dao Shisan forward and greeted her with vampire etiquette. Abode master. Sun Miaozhu ignored him and looked at Dao Shisan, who was beside him. A smile appeared on her face. She raised her hand and beckoned Dao Shisan over. Come here. Dao Shisan didn't move. It wasn't until Lu Yi kicked him that he reluctantly walked over and stood beside the bed. Sun Miaozhu looked at Dao Shisan from head to toe with interest. She waved her hand and the two human youths serving her immediately retreated to the side. Sun Miaozhu stood up slowly and stood in front of Dao Shisan. Dao Shisan was a body cultivator, but he wasn't tall. Compared to Sun Miaozhu, Dao Shisan's height only reached her chest. She reached out and gently stroked Dao Shisan's sturdy chest. Her breathing suddenly quickened as she pinched Dao Shisan's chin and tilted his head up. After a while, Sun Miaozhu giggled. Zhang Julai, you did a good job keeping this blood slave. He's mine from now on. Zhang Julai said respectfully, since Abode Master has spoken, there's naturally no problem. You guys can leave. Sun Miaozhu waved her hand and didn't look at Lu Yi at all. Lu Yi turned around and left. Zhang Julai hurriedly followed. Once outside, Lu Yi closed the door and stood there quietly. Then, Sun Miaozhu cried out, "What are you doing? Let go." Another muffled groan was heard, followed by a series of bangs. It sounded like something heavy had fallen to the ground. Sun Miaozhu's shrill cry rang out. There was a surge of spiritual energy in her voice, but it was quickly extinguished. Lu Yi waited in silence for a moment until the commotion inside had completely subsided. Then, she pushed the door open and walked in. Zhang Julai hurriedly followed. He looked up and his pupils shrank. Beside the stone bed, Dao 13 stood quietly. A slender figure was lying on the ground. Who else could it be but Sun Miaozhu? However, the Blood Clan woman who was smiling like a flower just a moment ago was now a pile of rotten flesh. No one knew what Dao 13 did to her. Sun Miaozhu's body was split into several pieces. Anianson 3 There were obvious dents everywhere. Looking at the shape of the dents, it was probably caused by a fist. Blood flowed around the stone bed. On the stone bed, the two young men of the human clan were curled up and shivering. It was because in that short moment just now they had seen a scene that they found hard to believe. Zhang Julai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He always knew that Lu Yi and Dao 13's strength couldn't be judged from their spiritual energy wave. However, he had no idea how strong Lu Yi and Dao 13 really were. Until now, Bright Moon Cave's strongest person, Sun Miaozhu, was killed by Dao 13 in such a short time. Moreover, Dao 13 looked as if he had just killed a cat or a dog. He didn't even blush. Even a true lake-stage cultivator wouldn't be able to do this. Seeing Lu Yi reappear, Dao 13's expression was somewhat bitter. He seemed to be blaming Lu Yi for abandoning him. However, he still bent down and dug out Sun Miaozhu's blood crystal from her chest. He wiped it on his clothes casually and handed it to Lu Yi. He knew that this thing was very useful to Lu Yi. The sound of something breaking through the air came from all directions. Clearly, the other Blood Clan members in Bright Moon Cave were alerted by Sun Miaozhu's scream and came to investigate the situation. Chapter 10-11. My lord. Zhang Julai turned to Lu Yi, seeking his opinion. Lu Yi pondered for a moment before saying, "From now on, you will be in charge of Bright Moon Cave." According to his original plan, he was going to slaughter all the blood breeds here. However, he hadn't expected that there would be some captured human women here, and they were all pregnant. Killing all the vampires here wouldn't be difficult, but what about the women? Leaving them here wasn't a good idea. If they were sent to a nearby village, they wouldn't have to worry for a while. However, once they gave birth to a vampire baby, the situation would only worsen. They needed a place where they could live peacefully, and Bright Moon Cave was their only choice. Thus, they could only maintain Bright Moon Cave's current state for now. Once they gave birth to a vampire baby, they could be resettled elsewhere. Zhang Julai was overjoyed. He turned around, bent down, and cut off Sun Miaozhu's head. He held it in his hand and walked out of the door. A group of vampires rushed over from various places. When they saw the head in his hand, they were all shocked. A vampire shouted, "Zhang Julai, you killed the cave master. How dare you?" Zhang Julai snorted and threw Sun Miaozhu's head away. "From now on, I'll be the cave master of Bright Moon Cave. Who's in favor?" The blood-stained head rolled on the ground and stopped in front of the vampire who had shouted. He took a step forward and said with a cold expression, "I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to be the cave master." Sun Miaozhu was undoubtedly the strongest in Bright Moon Cave, followed by the vampire who had shouted. After that, it was Zhang Julai and another vampire whose cultivation was comparable to his. Sun Miaozhu was dead. No matter how Zhang Julai had killed her, according to the rules of the vampires, only the strongest had the qualifications to succeed the cave master position. This vampire was naturally unwilling to accept this. "Then I'll let you see if I have the qualifications." In the past, Zhang Julai naturally wouldn't fight for the cave master position. He knew his own limits, but now that Lu Yi had spoken, how could he dare to disobey? Moreover, with Lu Yi and Dao Shisan behind him, he had no one to fear in Bright Moon Cave. "Dao Shisan!" Zhang Julai shouted. Lu Yi immediately signaled Dao Shisan with his eyes. Dao Shisan strode out from behind Zhang Julai and headed straight for the Blood Clan member who had spoken. Spiritual energy surged around his body. The Blood Race cultivator couldn't help but laugh. A mere spirit stream realm blood thrall dares to act so rashly? As he spoke, he rushed forward and grabbed Dao Shisan's head. His sharp nails dug into Dao Shisan's head, and his blood chi and spirit energy surged. The Blood Race cultivator's expression suddenly changed. The expected scene of him crushing the blood thrall's head didn't happen. He felt as if he wasn't grabbing a head, but an indestructible piece of metal. "What's the matter?" Just as a puzzled expression appeared on his face, a fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. With a loud boom, a shock wave visible to the naked eye rushed out and blood splashed everywhere. With a single punch, the head of this Blood Race 8th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator was blown apart. Blood gushed out from his neck. This shocking scene caused the faces of all the Blood Race cultivators present to change drastically. They all looked at Dao Shisan in horror. They finally understood where Zhang Julai got the ability to kill their cave master, and where he got the confidence to succeed the position of cave master. They originally thought that he had only taken in a slightly stronger blood thrall. Who knew that this blood thrall would have such terrifying brute strength? The headless corpse swayed and fell to the ground with a thump. This sound was like a sledgehammer pounding on the hearts of all the Blood Race cultivators. They suddenly came back to their senses and looked at Zhang Julai with a different gaze. Some of them were afraid, but most of them were envious. "Who else thinks that I'm not qualified to succeed the position of cave master?" Zhang Julai glanced at them coldly. The crowd of Blood Race cultivators looked at each other and knelt down on one knee. They placed their hands on their chests and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Cave Master!" Zhang Julai couldn't help but straighten his back as a sense of pride welled up in him. He never thought that he would succeed the position of Cave Master one day. Of course, he didn't forget that it was all because of Lu Yi. Although Dao Shisan was the one who attacked, Dao Shisan was also following Lu Ye's orders. The Blood Race's internal conflicts were frequent and serious. Of course, Blood Race cultivators gathered in the same cave abode wouldn't fight each other. They also knew the principle of working together to keep each other warm. However, there were always some exceptions. Usurping power within the same cave abode was something that could happen occasionally. This was also the reason why the blood race cultivators could accept Zhang Julai so quickly. Now that he had such a powerful blood thrall, he naturally had the qualifications to become cave master. If it were him, it would be difficult for any other blood race cultivator to accept the position. Leave and do what you need to do. I'll call you if I need you. Zhang Julai waved his hand. The blood race cultivators didn't dare to have any objections and returned to where they came from. After the blood race cultivators left, Zhang Julai walked forward and took out the blood crystal of the blood race cultivator that Dao Shisan had killed. He held it with both hands and respectfully handed it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded slightly and said, "Find a clean place for me." Zhang Julai immediately led the way. After a short while, they arrived at a relatively spacious cave abode. Lu Yi casually set up some simple restrictions and sat down cross-legged. He took out some clean water and washed the 2 blood crystals. Then, he chose Sun Miaozhu's blood crystal and threw it into his mouth. His cultivation had already recovered to the 7th level of heaven. The benefits of eating the blood crystals were much greater than when he went into the mountains to hunt and eat the flesh of the beasts on the ground. He could clearly feel the power of confinement in his body dissipating. This blood crystal should be enough to recover his cultivation to the Cloud River stage. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As Lu Yi chewed, he waved at Dao Shisan, who was standing beside him. Dao Shisan sat beside him. Lu Yi passed the other blood crystal to him and said, "Try it." After being sent to this world by the 9 prefectures Tianji, Dao Shisan's greatest and only helper was undoubtedly him. He needed to recover his cultivation as soon as possible, and Dao Shisan needed to do the same. However, Lu Yi wasn't sure if Dao Shisan could absorb the energy in the blood crystal. Although this thing could quickly dissolve the power of imprisonment, there were many impurities in it. At this moment, there was a large amount of gray smoke rising from the talent tree. Clearly, the talent tree was burning the impurities. Dao Shisan didn't have a talent tree, so he didn't know if there would be any problems if he ate the blood crystal. However, he had the physique of a divine ocean stage cultivator. Even if there were any problems, it shouldn't be a big deal. At the very least, he wouldn't die. Thus, Lu Yi decided to let him try. Dao Shisan took the blood crystal and frowned. It was obvious that he was very against eating this thing. If, however, since it was Lu Ye's order, he wouldn't disobey. He threw the blood crystal into his mouth and chewed. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The master and servant's cheeks were puffed up, and the sound of chewing rose and fell. Soon, Dao Shisan had some strange reaction. A layer of blood-red light appeared on the surface of his body, flickering. Even his eyes were bloodshot. He seemed abnormally irritable, but there was nowhere for him to vent his anger. He could only breathe out visible air waves from his nostrils. He looked like an angry beast. Lu Yi could clearly feel that the aura on Dao Shisan's body had changed a lot. However, Dao Shisan's spirit energy fluctuations had obviously increased. Lu Yi understood that swallowing the blood crystal was useful for Dao Shisan, but it wasn't as useful as it was for him. Dao Shisan didn't have a talent tree, so he couldn't refine all the blood crystal like Lu Yi could. With the strong physique of a divine ocean stage cultivator, Dao Shisan could only refine a small part of the energy. Moreover, because the blood crystal contained the energy of the blood race, it would affect Dao Shisan's spirit energy to a certain extent. It was the same principle as when a cultivator swallowed too many spirit pills in a short period of time, it would lead to the accumulation of pill toxins. The obscure aura on Dao Shisan's body was the best proof. In the end, Lu Yi concluded that Dao Shisan could use the blood crystal to restore his cultivation, but the frequency had to be controlled. Otherwise, it wouldn't benefit him. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had already completely refined the power of the blood crystal. Just as he had expected, his cultivation level had recovered to the level of the Cloud River tier. However, judging from the spirit energy fluctuations, it was only at the first order Cloud River stage. I still need more blood crystals. After sorting out the information about the blood race in his mind, Lu Yi came up with a plan. After a while, he called Zhang Julai over and gave him some instructions. Zhang Julai nodded repeatedly. Moments later, Zhang Julai sat on a stone chair in a cave in the Bright Moon Cave. Lu Yi and Dao Shirshan stood beside him as protectors. Below them were a dozen or so blood clan members of the Bright Moon Cave. This was the first time Zhang Julai had gathered everyone for a meeting after becoming the cave master. Naturally, the blood race members were all present. Except for the blood race member guarding the entrance of Bright Moon Cave, everyone else was present. This was also thanks to Dao Shirshan's prestige. If it was just Zhang Julai, the blood race wouldn't be so afraid, but they had all witnessed Dao Shirshan's ferocious power with their own eyes. None of the blood race members felt that they could block a punch from Dao Shirshan. I called everyone here to announce two things, Zhang Julai said according to Lu Ye's instructions. The blood race members listened quietly. The first thing is that from today onwards, the holy race members of Bright Moon Cave are not allowed to casually hunt or bully blood race members. If anyone violates this rule, don't blame me for being merciless. No one had any objections to Zhang Julai being the cave master. After all, he was lucky enough to obtain such a powerful blood slave. In the blood refinement world, strength was king. However, Zhang Julai's order to not hunt or bully blood food was unacceptable to the vampires. In the blood race's view, blood race members were livestock that they could take as they pleased. For so many years, the blood race members of the blood refinement world had lived this way. Zhang Julai's order clearly conflicted with their deep-rooted beliefs, and it was indeed difficult to carry out. After all, they needed to cultivate. If they really carried out this order, it would be difficult for them to raise their cultivation in the future. Although the blood race could also absorb the world's spiritual energy or absorb the energy in spirit stones to raise their cultivation, this kind of cultivation method wasn't as fast as sucking blood race members' blood. The second thing is for everyone to choose to eat excrement. Every time you eat blood race members, you'll waste a large amount of nutrients, and excrement contains those wasted substances. Only by recycling them will you be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Zhang Julai's words caused an uproar. Sir, we've never done this before. Can you teach us? The blood race member standing at the front looked at Zhang Julai with desire. All right, I'll teach you. First, add stinky tofu, fermented bean curd, lemon, and excrement. Then use human bread to clamp them together and form a new food. Can you make it? Asked Zhang Julai. Yes. Chapter 10-12. Even with Dao Shirshan holding the fort, it seemed like he couldn't keep the situation under control. Zhang Julai slapped the armrest of his chair and roared, "Shut up, all of you!" The vampires quieted down, but one of them still said, "Cave Master, if we do that, what will happen to our cultivation in the future?" He couldn't really let them absorb the spirit energy of heaven and earth or absorb the power of spirit stones. What advantage would the sacred ones have? Zhang Julai had already received Lu Ye's orders, so he said confidently, "Not letting you kill for food is for your future cultivation. Although it is not difficult to breed blood food, it is not easy to grow. If we really kill too many of them, sooner or later we will fall into a situation where there is no blood food to use. In the future, every once in a while, I will ask people to get some fresh blood from the nearby villages. It will definitely be enough for your cultivation. It would be difficult to improve the status of the human race." One of the vampires shouted, "The blood they let out doesn't taste good." Some of the vampires had thought of the method Lu Yi could think of before, but it was abandoned after a short period of time. The main problem was the taste. The feeling of grabbing a living person and sucking their blood was completely different from the feeling of drinking the blood released by the human race. The vampires had the desire to drink living blood. Of course, it didn't affect their cultivation. Zhang Julai roared. "This is my first order. You have to listen whether you want to or not." The vampires weren't happy, but seeing Zhang Julai's anger, they still agreed verbally. They didn't know why Zhang Julai gave such an order. "Don't think about doing it secretly. If anyone dares to disobey, I won't let them off easily," Zhang Julai ordered again. This was the rule of the blood-refining world. The fist was the king. Now that he had Dao Shi-san as a deterrent, no one dared to disobey him. "The second thing," Zhang Julai said, "I'm going to attack Baiwei Cave." Baiwei Cave and Bright Moon Cave were neighbors, so there was naturally friction between them. The vampires who fought with Zhang Julai before were from Baiwei Cave. The Baiwei Cavern had attacked the Bright Moon Cavern 3 times, but they were all repelled by Sun Miaozhu and Zhang Julai. Because of this, they lost a few blood breeds, and also planted the seeds of hatred. Therefore, when Zhang Julai said that he wanted to attack Baiwei's abode, the blood breeds who were somewhat depressed suddenly became excited. Some blood breeds shouted, "We should have attacked them long ago. Abode Master, I am willing to be the first to charge in." "Cave Master, count me in. I'll go too." For a moment the crowd was agitated. They wished they could kill their way to Baiwei's Immortal's cave right now and teach them a lesson. Lu Yi stood beside Zhang Julai and watched in silence. It could be said that he had experienced the vampire's belligerence. He had a lot of information about the blood-refining world in his mind, so he wasn't surprised. However, information was information, and seeing it with his own eyes was another matter. The reason why the blood breeds were so passionate about attacking each other was none other than the blood crystals. Compared to the heaven and earth spirit stones and the fresh blood of the blood clan, the blood crystal was the cultivation resource that the blood clan yearned for the most. This was the same reason why the demon beasts of the 9 regions often had conflicts with each other. The demon beasts could also devour the demon cores of the same attribute to improve themselves. The announcement of the Second Order immediately dispersed the pressure and unhappiness brought by the First Order. Zhang Julai nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Since that's the case, let's rest today and set off tomorrow." One of the blood breeds asked, "Abode Master, are we all going? Do we need to leave someone behind to guard?" "No need to stay behind. Everyone will go." Zhang Julai waved his hand. This time, even the blood breeds at the Spirit Stream Realm became excited. They didn't seem to be afraid of death at all. Who knew what they could do if they went? It was naturally Lu Ye's idea to mobilize all the blood breeds. To him, this battle would definitely end badly. Zizai, Long Qi, and the other Spirit Stream Realm cultivators probably wouldn't be able to return alive. In any case, as long as Dao 13 followed Zhang Julai, he would be able to control the situation of the battle. When the time came, it would depend on how Dao 13 would deal with the situation. Lu Yi naturally wouldn't feel sorry for the deaths of the blood breeds. Instead, to him, the more deaths the better. This was because every blood breeds had their own blood crystals. The only difference was the quality of the blood crystals. What he lacked now was blood crystals. Of course, he couldn't afford to lose too many people. He even needed to recruit more people than he currently had because his target wasn't just the Baiwei Cave abode. He had many more plans to fulfill, and all of this required him to have enough power as a foundation. It would be difficult for him to accomplish anything by himself. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn the next day, the blood breeds at the Bright Moon Cave abode aggressively charged out under Zhang Julai's lead. Dao 13 followed. Lu Yi stayed behind to guard the cave abode. On the surface, it was Zhang Julai who had ordered him to guard the cave abode, but in reality, Lu Yi didn't want to waste time. The strength he could use at the moment was limited. The matter of attacking the Baiwei Cave abode could be left to Dao 13. In the entire Bright Moon Cave abode, apart from him, there were only the captured humans left. Most of them were women, and only a few were men. Without the blood breeds guarding them, they didn't know how to escape. The main thing was that they couldn't escape. The entrance to the Bright Moon Cave abode was suspended above the cliff. These humans who didn't have much cultivation couldn't leave. Lu Yi set up an alarm formation at the entrance of the cave and stayed in his cave. He didn't need to care about the humans. The main thing was that he didn't know how to manage them. He didn't need to worry about their survival. The Bright Moon Cave abode had beasts captured by the blood breeds and spirit rice from the nearby villages. It was enough for the humans to survive. They only needed to take care of themselves. Sitting cross-legged in his cave, Lu Yi immersed his mind and observed the new spirit runes on the talent tree. Previously in the nameless secret realm, he had only obtained 2 spirit runes. One was soul control, which was very useful. Whether it was Dao 13 or Zhang Julai, they were all his soul slave. Under soul control, he had absolute control over his soul slave. He didn't need to worry about them having any thoughts of betrayal. The other was spirit and branch connection. This spirit rune was somewhat similar to the Rainbow Phoenix duo. They were both used to borrow strength. However, it was easy to use but difficult to maintain. It was different from the Rainbow Phoenix duo. Once the Rainbow Phoenix duo spirit rune was formed, it would be imprinted on the body of Lu Yi and the other person. With Lu Yi maintaining it, there was no possibility of it dissipating. However, spirit and branch connection wasn't as stable. When the time came, once the spirit energy was agitated, the spirit rune might collapse. Moreover, because this spirit rune was used on more than 2 people, there would be more uncontrollable factors. When he first obtained this spirit rune, Lu Yi didn't think too much about it. However, now that he calmed down and thought about it, he realized that this spirit rune was a killing weapon. In some situations it could be used to great effect. For example, when 2 armies were fighting, the cultivators on one side were in their own formation. Even if they cooperated with each other, they couldn't borrow strength from each other. However, the cultivators on the other side were spirit and branch connection. Their auras intertwined, and it was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Furthermore, with this spirit rune as the core, an unprecedented formation could be set up. The power of all the cultivators in the formation could be gathered together. If this could be done, the effect would be unimaginable. It was only at this moment that Lu Yi realized that he had underestimated the use of this spirit rune. He had borrowed many books on spiritual tattoos from his master's book collection pavilion and learned many spiritual tattoos from the book. However, he had never heard of this spiritual tattoo. This included spirit runes such as soul manipulation, flying colored phoenixes and 1 point of telepathy. Before it was activated in the talent tree, Lu Yi had never thought that there would be such a mysterious spirit rune in this world. The Tao of spirit runes was indeed broad and profound. The use of the spirit and branch connection spirit rune still needed to be studied in detail. However, he could use this spirit rune as the core to refine a formation plate first. This way, those who possessed the spirit and branch connection spirit rune could activate the effect of this spirit rune at any time and allow their nearby companions to borrow strength from each other. This way, they would be able to unleash greater strength. This would be helpful for some of his plans. He would do it as soon as he thought of it. Lu Yi had learned weapon refinement from Kong Kong in the sword instrument sect's secret realm for 2 months and had long been initiated in the Tao of weapon refinement. However, because he didn't have the energy to be distracted, he didn't cultivate it deeply. But for him, even if he didn't have the right tools, it wasn't difficult for him to refine a formation plate with his fire attribute spirit chi. At most, it would take some effort because his cultivation was sealed. He had many materials in his storage bag. He sorted out some of them and urged his spirit chi to burn them. Time passed. Lu Yi spent half a day refining a formation plate that contained the spirit and branch connection spirit rune. However, because his cultivation was only at the first order Cloud River realm, the refinement of this formation plate wasn't very exquisite. After injecting his spirit force into it, the formation plate buzzed and a halo of light appeared. Looking at it, it was clear that the halo was formed by small yin and yang element. With the formation plate as the center, it radiated a radius of 10 feet. Lu Yi couldn't help but frown. This seemed to be a little different from what he had expected. It radiated a radius of 10 feet, which meant that cultivators could only borrow strength from each other within this range. Once it went beyond this range, it wouldn't work. Chapter 10:13. If an array disk could only cover such a small area when activated, it would be of little use. Of course, this might be related to his current cultivation level being restricted and his lack of proficiency in refining array disk. Perhaps when his cultivation level increased and he became more proficient, the range of such array disks would be even larger. Just as he was thinking this, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly sounded. Lu Yi frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. That scream sounded again. At first, Lu Yi thought that someone had been killed, but he quickly realized that things might not be as he thought. He stood up and walked out of the cave, following the source of the sound. The sound came from the direction of the cave entrance, where the pregnant human women lived. When Lu Yi walked over, the pregnant women living in the caves were all looking around, worry written all over their faces. Sensing Lu Yi's footsteps, these women quickly shrank back and hid in the corners. Lu Yi walked straight to the entrance of a cave on his left and glanced around. He saw a woman sitting on the ground with a pale face. Her face and forehead were covered in sweat and her hair was disheveled. She had one hand clasped on the stone wall to the side, her hand dripping with blood. Her other hand was stroking her belly. Blood was flowing between her legs. This woman was about to give birth. Although Lu Yi had guessed this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. For a moment, he didn't know how to deal with it. Fortunately, he quickly reacted. He turned around and shouted, "Which one of you knows how to deliver a baby?" It was definitely not the first time a pregnant woman gave birth here. Someone must have given birth before, so someone must have experience. No one dared to speak. To these kidnapped women, they had never left their caves since they came here, nor had they spoken to anyone. Naturally, they didn't dare to answer Lu Yi's question. Lu Yi frowned. He could only ask again, "Who has experience? Come out and help." Still, no one responded. Lu Yi had no choice. He couldn't just randomly grab someone to help. They might not be able to help and might even cause more trouble. Gritting his teeth, he stepped into the cave. Seeing him walk in, the woman who was exerting her strength raised her head and looked at him sadly, the pain in her eyes mixed with a trace of pleading. Lu Yi stepped forward, thought for a moment, and then placed a hand on her shoulder. "I don't know how to do it, but I'm afraid you'll have to work hard on your own. I'll do my best to protect you." As he spoke, he poured a bit of spiritual power into the woman's body. This woman wasn't a mortal, but a cultivator. However, her cultivation wasn't high, only at the fourth-order spirit stream realm. Even so, the pain of childbirth was not something she could bear. In such an environment, with no one to help her, it was very likely that her life would be in danger. Under the urging of the spirit power, the woman's tightly knitted brows relaxed a little. She suddenly took a deep breath, exerted force, and let out a suppressed scream. At this moment, Lu Yi had an incredulous look on his face, because he discovered something that he couldn't understand. He was silently using his spiritual power to perceive the situation inside the woman's body. As time passed, the woman's labor situation wasn't very good. Although she used her strength several times, she still couldn't give birth to the fetus in her belly. On the contrary, she became weaker, and gradually, even her vitality became weaker. How could she have the strength to give birth again? Human babies consumed a lot of the mother's foundation to give birth to a blood race baby. Generally speaking, any woman who gave birth to a blood race baby wouldn't live long. Many times, human women would die during the process of giving birth. Every time this happened, blood race members would cut open their bellies to take the fetus. Take this moment for example. Lu Yi could clearly feel that the fetus in the woman's belly was madly devouring everything in its mother's body. This was also the reason why she couldn't give birth smoothly even though she was a fourth-order spirit stream realm cultivator. If it were a normal fetus, it would have already been born. Feeling the woman's vitality on the verge of collapse, Lu Yi knew that if he didn't do anything, this woman would definitely die here. No longer hesitating, Lu Yi urged the Rainbow Phoenix dual flight spirit tattoo on the woman. In an instant, the spirit tattoo was constructed, and the woman, who had fallen into despair and tears flowing from the corners of her eyes, suddenly opened her eyes. She felt an astonishing surge of vitality pouring into her body through some unknown method, like a dry land being watered by rain. Not only did it give her a lot of strength out of thin air, but even the foundation of her body, which had been devoured by the fetus during her pregnancy, was quickly replenished. She naturally knew where all this came from. Turning her head to look at Lu Yi, who was holding her arm, she cast a grateful look at him and exerted her strength again. After a short while, the woman's final scream rang out, and the fetus in her belly was successfully born. Lu Yi raised his eyes and looked forward, his eyelids drooping slightly. There was no baby crying, because a blood race fetus wasn't born in the form of a baby. At this moment, the woman gave birth to an oval egg with a dark red surface and visible veins. At first glance, it looked like a flesh egg, and the veins on its surface were slightly pulsating, as if it was breathing. In the blood race's name, this was a blood fetus. A blood fetus needed to be sent to a special place to be nurtured. Only then would the blood fetus break out of the egg and become a true blood race member. The place where the blood fetus was nurtured was called the Blood River. In the entire blood refinement realm, the blood river ran through the north, south, east, and west, branching off in different places. It could be said that the blood river was the foundation of the blood race. Without the blood river, there would be no blood race. This information was obtained from the memories of the dead blood race member. Lu Yi looked at the blood fetus, recalling the information he had obtained. Unexpectedly, the woman beside him suddenly stood up, drew the mountain knife from his waist, and viciously chopped at the blood fetus between his legs. With just one slash, the blood fetus was cut open. However, because the mountain knife itself wasn't sharp, it couldn't cut open the blood fetus. The woman's action undoubtedly surprised Lu Yi, because in the minds of the blood race was sacred and inviolable. No matter what the blood race did to them, they could only silently bear it. Even if the blood race wanted their lives, they wouldn't resist. This wasn't because they were weak or cowardly, but because of their deep-rooted belief. The vampires weren't the only ones who viewed the humans of this world as livestock. Even the humans themselves viewed themselves as livestock. Under such circumstances, it was inconceivable for a human woman to have the guts to draw her blade and chop at the blood fetus. That was why he didn't do anything despite being able to stop her. He could only watch as the woman wailed and waved her pan-shan saber, chopping the blood fetus that she had painstakingly given birth to into pieces. Blood flowed all over the ground. It wasn't until the blood fetus was no longer recognizable that the blood fetus began to bawl her eyes out. Lu Yi silently sheathed the mountain knife, got up and walked out of the cave. Although he had never delivered a baby before, he at least knew that a lot of hot water was needed. He decided to boil some water. He didn't need to do it himself. He called over the two human youths who had once served Sun Miaozhu and instructed them to bring some hot water over. Lu Yi personally sent the water to the woman's cave and asked her to clean it up herself before leaving. Although the woman had consumed a lot of her foundation during pregnancy, she had already replenished it with the nourishment of the Rainbow Phoenix double flight spirit tattoo. She only needed a short rest to completely recover. He busied himself. 2 hours later, Lu Yi, who was studying how to better refine the Kindred Branch Spirit Tattoo formation plate, heard a series of footsteps. Soon, the woman came to his cave and stood still. Lu Yi put down the formation plate in his hand and looked up to see the woman standing there. She must have washed her body, as the original filth had long been washed away. However, she didn't change her clothes, so they were still dirty. Her hair was simply combed, but it was still a little messy. She stood at the cave entrance nervously and met Lu Ye's gaze. She only avoided it for a moment before looking up at Lu Ye. She pursed her lips and walked in. Without a word, she knelt in front of Lu Ye and kowtowed a few times. She probably wanted to express her gratitude. After all, if it wasn't for Lu Ye just now, she would most likely be dead. Lu Ye activated his spiritual power and raised his hand. The woman's upper body involuntarily straightened. "What's your name?" Lu Ye asked. The woman replied, "Lan Chiue." Her voice was a little hoarse. Although because of Lu Ye, her body's deficit was replenished, but after all, she had been shouting so loudly. "Why did you kill the blood fetus?" Lu Ye asked again. "After all, you gave birth to him." Lan Chiue, who had calmed down, suddenly became agitated again. "The blood clan is not good. If he grows up, I don't know how many people he will harm, so I killed him." Lu Ye noticed one thing. She didn't call the blood clan the Holy Clan, but directly called them the blood clan. Moreover, she didn't have the slightest respect for the blood clan, only endless hatred and hatred. This was completely not seen in the villagers of Tsangnan village. It seemed that even under the great influence of the blood-refining world, there were still people who were born with the heart to resist. "Do you think I shouldn't have killed him?" Lan Chiue looked at Lu Ye. "No." Lu Ye shook his head. "Even if you didn't kill him, I wouldn't have let him live." Although the child was innocent, the blood clan was still the blood clan. Just as Lan Chiue said, if he grew up, who knew how many people he would harm? Lu Ye didn't intend to let the blood fetus live. Hearing such an answer, Lan Chiue was obviously surprised. She stared at Lu Ye in a daze. She didn't know who Lu Ye was, but when she saw Lu Ye return with Zhang Julai yesterday, she thought Lu Ye was the other party's blood slave. But today, her life was saved by Lu Ye, so she didn't want to deceive Lu Ye, so she answered whatever Lu Ye asked. Looking at it now, the man in front of her didn't seem to be a blood slave, because if he was a blood slave, he wouldn't have the intention to harm the blood clan. Chapter 10:14. Are you willing to cultivate? Just as Lan Chiyu was lost in thought, Lu Ye's voice came to her ears again. Lan Chiyu was stunned and quickly knelt on the ground again, kowtowing respectfully. "I'm willing to cultivate with Sir." Lu Ye nodded, becoming more and more certain that this woman in front of him was different from most of the humans in the blood-refining world. There were two reasons why he decided to teach her cultivation. Just the Bright Moon Cave Mansion alone had many pregnant women waiting to give birth. In the future, these pregnant women would definitely give birth to blood race babies. He couldn't just go and deliver babies every time. Therefore, he needed a helper who could help him in this regard. Dao Shi-san couldn't be relied on. That simple-minded guy was probably even worse than him. Lan Chiyu was undoubtedly the best candidate. She had her own opinions and the heart to resist the blood race. She also had experience in giving birth. This was the most suitable thing to leave to her. However, human pregnant women faced great danger during childbirth. Lan Chiyu's fourth-order spirit stream realm cultivation was still too low. With higher strength, she could better ensure the safety of those human pregnant women. As for the other reason, it was something Lu Yi discovered when he used his spirit energy to protect Lan Chiyu during childbirth. The woman in front of him had many spirit apertures opened in her body. There was no spirit aperture barrier at all. When he channeled his spirit energy into Lan Chiyu's body, there was no obstruction at all. His spirit energy flowed freely in her body. This was an extremely incredible thing. For Lu Yi himself, when he was in the spirit stream realm, each spirit aperture opened, and Ying had to break through the barrier of her spirit aperture. The reason why many cultivators were stuck in the spirit stream realm for their entire lives was because the further they advanced, the harder it was to break through the barrier of their spirit apertures. Those who couldn't open 240 spirit apertures could only waste their time in the spirit stream realm. Only those who opened 240 spirit apertures could have a chance to advance to the Cloud River realm. Even those who opened 240 spirit apertures might not be able to open 360 spirit apertures. In the 9 continents world, those who could do this were all good seedlings with a chance to reach the Divine Sea realm. However, Lan Chi Yu's spirit apertures were naturally in an open state. This was also the reason why Lu Yi was surprised at that time. Lu Yi had heard of natural spirit apertures before. Such people were generally called natural Tao body. As long as they had sufficient cultivation resources, there was no bottleneck in the spirit stream realm. In other words, Lan Chi Yu could easily reach the Cloud River realm, entering the Cloud River at the late Essence realm. As for how great his prospects would be after he entered the Cloud River, it all depended on her own cultivation aptitude. However, those who were born with a Taoist physique were all extremely talented. Therefore, it could be foreseen that Lan Qiu's future achievements would not be too low. If it were an ordinary human woman, Lu Yi wouldn't want to waste his energy on her. However, it was rare to meet someone with a natural Taoist aptitude. It would be a pity to leave her alone. Therefore, Lu Yi decided to teach Lan Qiu cultivation. There was no such thing as a sect in the blood-refining world. Naturally, there was no such thing as senior or junior brother. Lan Qiu stretched out her hand. Lu Yi raised his hand and placed it on her wrist. He circulated his spirit energy according to the great sun-colored glass art circulation path and circulated his spirit energy through her body. Lan Qiu closed her eyes and silently felt, memorizing the flow of spirit aperture. In the blood refinement world, although humans could cultivate, the blood race would even intentionally impart some cultivation techniques to humans. However, those cultivation techniques were all incomplete because the blood race would not allow humans to have cultivators with high cultivation. In various places where humans gathered, the spirit stream realm was the most common and common. Only those humans who were valued by the blood race and taken in as blood slaves would receive more gifts and have the opportunity to cultivate to a higher realm. After a while, Lu Yi stopped. "Do you remember?" Lan Qiu nodded thoughtfully. "I remember. The cave next to me is empty. In the future, you will live there. If there is anything you don't understand about cultivation, you can ask me." As Lu Yi said this, he took out a storage pouch and flipped it upside down. Inside, he placed some spirit pills, spirit stones, and 9 sets of clothes for her. He then warned her not to consume too many spirit pills during cultivation. "Thank you, senior apprentice brother Lu Yi." Lan Qiu accepted the pouch and thanked him. "In addition, those women outside need your care. If there are any pregnant women, please help them." Lan Qiu pursed her lips and nodded. She would do this even if Lu Yi didn't say it. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Senior brother Lu Yi, the blood fetus they gave birth to, kill." Lu Yi spat out a cold word. Lan Qiu's eyes were firm and she gladly agreed. Lan Qiu stayed in the cave next to Lu Yi. A day later, Zhang Julai returned triumphantly. He immediately reported to Lu Yi about the battle. The overall strength of the Baiwei cave was stronger than the Bright Moon cave because there were more blood breed. This was why the Baiwei cave always took the initiative to attack this side. However, this time, with Dao 13 following them, the Baiwei cave had no power to resist. In the battle, both sides lost more than half of their forces. However, the fierce battle became one-sided after Dao 13 joined the battle. Especially after seeing Dao 13 easily kill the Baiwei cave's cave master, the remaining blood breeds no longer had the heart to resist and surrendered. Although the battle on the blood breed side was fierce, there was an unwritten rule that they could surrender. This was the atmosphere, so it was not a shameful thing. Therefore, when Zhang Julai brought out about 10 blood breeds, he still brought back about 10 blood breed. The number did not change much, but the overall strength of the blood breeds was not small. The few spirit stream realm blood breeds who accompanied him to the battle did not survive. They died one after another. According to Milord's orders, we have brought back the pregnant human mothers from Baiwe Cave Mansion. The others have also been sent to a safe place. In addition, we have obtained 11 blood crystals. 5 of them have been distributed to others. These are the remaining 6. As Zhang Julai spoke, the quality of the 6 jades was not bad. It was also Lu Ye's orders to distribute half of the blood crystals. If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat until it is full. Lu Yi understood this principle. Although he urgently needed the blood crystals to recover his cultivation, he would not take all of it for himself. Moreover, Zhang Julai had already ordered the Bright Moon Cave to stop sucking the living blood. This caused many blood breeds to be unhappy. If he took all of the blood breeds, it would be detrimental to his future rule. It would be best to distribute half of the blood crystals. This way, the blood breeds would have something to eat, but not enough to fill their stomachs. Lu Yi raised his hand and took 5 of the blood crystals. Zhang Julai was overjoyed. "Thank you, Master, for your reward." He thought that Lu Yi would take all of them. Who knew that Lu Yi would leave one for him? Zhang Julai was naturally grateful. Quickly advance to the true lake realm. Your cultivation is too low, Lu Yi said calmly. Yes, he was an autarch. Zhang Julai is terrified, Lu Yi replied fearfully. He could sense that Lu Yi was extremely ambitious. At present, his cultivation level was only at the Cloud River tier, so he could still be of some use. However, as time passed, he would only become less and less important. If there came a day when he couldn't help Lu Yi, then he would become completely worthless. At that time, his fate would definitely be miserable. Zhang Julai had never been so eager to cultivate. Explain our rules to the newcomer. You should know what to do if he dares to disobey. Yes. You may leave. Lu Yi waved his hand. Zhang Julai left. Holding the 5 blood crystals in his hand, Lu Yi took out a smaller one and gave it to Dao 13. It was not that he was unwilling to part with it. However, the blood crystals were the essence of the blood breed's cultivation. It was similar to the Yao core. Dao 13 did not have a talent tree and could not burn the impurities in the blood crystals. Fortunately, he had a strong foundation as a divine ocean realm body cultivator. Otherwise, Lu Yi would not dare to give him this. However, if he wanted Dao 13 to recover his cultivation quickly, he had to rely on the blood crystals. Therefore, he had to control the frequency. Dao 13 took the blood crystal and threw it into his mouth. Lu Yi also picked up a blood crystal and put it in his mouth. His cultivation had now recovered to the Cloud River realm. The 4 blood crystals in his hand might allow him to recover to the true lake realm. The blood breeds in Bright Moon Cave Mansion rested for 2 days before they set off again under Zhang Julai's lead. Baiyu's cave mansion was not the only cave mansion nearby that could be attacked. Basically, there was a blood breed's cave mansion every 100 kilometers in the blood refining world. Lu Yi needed the blood crystals to recover his cultivation, so he could only start with these blood breeds. The 4 blood crystals did not allow Lu Yi to recover to the true lake realm. He was stuck at the 9th order Cloud River realm. However, when Zhang Julai returned, he had recovered to the true lake realm. When the blood breeds were not in Bright Moon Cave Mansion, Lu Yi spent most of his time studying the Twin Chi shared branch spirit tattoo array, thinking about how to improve it. At the same time, he was thinking about the purpose of the 9 continents Tianji to send him to the blood refining world. He could not unify the blood refining world. This was too difficult. According to the information he had obtained about the blood refining world, it was a great world that was not inferior to the 9 continents. It had many divine ocean realm masters. If he really had the ability to unify the blood refining world and kill all the blood breeds, he could definitely unify the 9 continents. Therefore, the 9 continents Tianji did not send him here to unify the blood refining world. It was even more impossible for him to save the humans here. If the Earth Realm's great leader wanted to save the humans here, she had to unify the blood-refining world and kill all the blood breed. Lu Yi could not understand the purpose of the 9 continents' great leader to send him here. Chapter 10:15. In addition, there was another thing that made Lu Yi feel helpless. How was he going to return to the 9 prefectures? The experience this time was different from the last time he entered the Wushuang continent. Before entering the Wushuang continent, he had already obtained 4 pillars of divine mysteries. With the pillars of divine mysteries as a connection, he could teleport back to the 9 prefectures. This time, there was no pillar of heavenly secrets, so there was naturally no way to teleport back to the 9 prefectures. For the time being, it was hard to come up with any ideas. However, finding a way back was undoubtedly the most important thing right now. Only by finding a way back would Lu Yi be able to do as he pleased in the blood refinement realm without any worries. He didn't dare to say that he could unify the blood refinement realm and save the human race in this realm, but at the very least, he could do his best to prevent as many humans as possible from being harmed by the blood race. Lan Qiyu's cultivation was very smooth. She had been cultivating ever since she left that day, and when Lu Yi saw her again, she was already at the 6th order spirit stream realm. Lu Yi could not help but sigh at how terrifying an innate Taoism aptitude was. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he had given her enough cultivation resources. Lan Qiyue's innate Taoism aptitude did not have any bottlenecks in the spirit stream tier. With ample resources, her cultivation speed was naturally very fast. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The number of Blood Clan members in the Bright Moon Cave had obviously increased. There were now 40 to 50 of them. The Bright Moon Cave was originally quite spacious with only a dozen or so Blood Clan members living in it. However, now that there were so many people, it became crowded. Among these vampires, except for Zhang Julai, only 2 of the original members of the Bright Moon Cave were still alive. The rest of the vampires had all surrendered from nearby caves. Not only were there more vampires, but there were also over 100 human pregnant mothers. Every time they captured an immortal's cave, Zhang Julai would bring the pregnant mothers back to the Bright Moon Cave. This was also Lu Ye's order. These poor human women were pregnant with vampire fetuses and couldn't be left in their original cave abode. As for settling them in a nearby village, that was even more unrealistic. Hence, they had no choice but to bring them back. As for the women who weren't pregnant or the men who had been kidnapped to serve the vampires, they had all been sent to a safe place and dismissed. Bright Moon Grotto's side was in a bit of chaos now that there were more vampires. However, after Dao 13 killed 2 blood race members who didn't follow the rules and wanted to violate human women, the rest of the blood race became obedient. In the past month, Lu Yi had consumed many blood crystals, and his cultivation had fully recovered. Dao 13 still had a long way to go. On the surface, his cultivation was only at the 7th order Cloud River realm. It would definitely take some time for him to recover his original Spirit Sea realm cultivation, but with his Spirit Sea realm foundation, as long as he didn't encounter a blood race cultivator of the Spirit Sea realm, no one would be his opponent. Inside Lu Ye's cave, Dao Shisan sat cross-legged, looking bored. Zhang Julai looked at Lu Yi nervously. "My lord, in the current situation, we can either expand the cave residence or attack and occupy a larger territory. What will you choose?" There were too many people living in the small Bright Moon Cave abode. Not to mention the vampires, even the pregnant mothers of the human race were squeezed into one cave. If he wanted to have a stable living environment, he had to think of another way. Zhang Julai could only think of 2 ways to expand the cave residence and occupy a larger territory. The former was simple as it only required the blood breeds to exert some effort. However, if it was the latter, then they would need to attack a place with a true lake stage blood breed. This was quite a bit of pressure for Zhang Julai. because even if he attacked and occupied a place, his cultivation wasn't enough, and it would be difficult for him to convince the masses. He also knew that the strength of his subordinates wasn't due to his own ability, but because of Lu Yi. He even understood that Lu Yi wouldn't be satisfied with the current situation. Since he frequently led people to attack the nearby cave residences, he knew that sooner or later, he would have to face a cave residence of a higher level. He had been anxious about this for the past few days. "Don't you know what I'm thinking?" Lu Yi looked at him calmly. "Why do you need to ask me?" Lu Yi was very dissatisfied with this soul slave of his. The main reason was that this soul slave's cultivation was too slow. During this period of time, his Cloud River realm cultivation was enough to keep the situation under control, but if his cultivation couldn't break through to the true lake realm, then he wouldn't be of much use in the future. Zhang Julai's forehead was sweating. Knowing Lu Ye's plan, he said, "My lord, please give me a few days." "What are you going to do?" "I want to take a trip to the Blood River," Zhang Julai said through gritted teeth. The Blood River was the foundation of the blood race. It wasn't just a hotbed for hatching blood fetuses, it could also cleanse the blood race's bloodline, greatly increasing their strength in a short period of time. But the Blood River was an extremely strange place. Placing blood fetuses there wouldn't be too big of a problem. Most blood fetuses could hatch safely in the Blood River, and blood race infants could grow rapidly in the river, only taking a few years to become adults. But there was a great risk for adult blood race members to step into the Blood River. No one knew why, but it had been like this since ancient times. But if a blood race member could pass through these risks, they could obtain unimaginable benefit. Increasing their strength was the most basic, and if they were lucky enough, they could even improve their bloodline and become a true holy race member. Holy race was what the humans in the blood refinement realm called the blood race. They also called themselves that. But among the blood race, there were true holy races, usually called holy seed. Compared to ordinary blood race members, holy seeds had greater potential and could unleash greater strength. Moreover, they had a natural bloodline suppression against ordinary blood race members. But even in the vast blood refinement realm, true holy seeds were extremely rare. Zhang Julai naturally didn't think that he could become a holy seed, but he knew that it was impossible for his cultivation to increase too much in a short period of time. If there came a day when he was no longer useful to Lu Yi, his fate would be worrying. With the soul manipulation divine rune, Zhang Julai couldn't betray Lu Yi, but he was also unwilling to become a dispensable character by Lu Ye's side. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to enter the Blood River to cultivate, because it was too dangerous. Out of 10,000 blood race members who entered the Blood River, there might not even be one who survived. He didn't think that he was any different from other blood race members. Entering the Blood River was almost certain death, but in order to continue serving Lu Yi, he still decided to enter the Blood River. "Have you thought it through?" Lu Yi naturally knew what he was thinking. "Yes, please allow me." Although Zhang Julai was afraid, his expression was still firm. Lu Yi nodded. "Since that's the case, then go tomorrow." "Yes." Zhang Julai retreated. Obviously, he had to make some preparations to enter the Blood River. At the very least, he had to conserve his energy for tomorrow's test. After Zhang Julai left, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. Lu Yi looked up and saw that it was Lan Qiyu, who lived in the cave next door. In the past month, Lan Qiyu's cultivation had increased very quickly. Now, she was at the 8th order spirit stream realm. No cultivator in the 9 regions could compare with her cultivation speed. Lu Ye's cultivation speed was also considered fast, but at the spirit stream realm, it took him 2 to 3 months on average to advance one realm. Especially at the late stage of the spirit stream realm, it took a lot of time to advance each realm. If Lu Yi didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that Lan Qiyu could advance 4 minor realms in just 1 month. Lan Qiyu came to ask Lu Yi some questions about cultivation. It didn't take much to answer Lan Qiyu's questions. At the end, Lan Qiyu said, "Recently, 2 sisters gave birth to blood fetuses. Fortunately, their lives are not in danger. I have already dealt with the blood fetuses, but it's not good for the 2 of them to stay here. I would like to ask Senior Brother 13 to help me send them out." After attacking many cave mansions nearby, all the pregnant mothers were gathered at Bright Moon Cave. The frequency of giving birth was very high. Previously, there were pregnant mothers who gave birth to blood fetuses, and Lan Qiyu dealt with them in this way. The blood fetuses were directly destroyed to prevent future troubles. She asked Dao 13 to help send the women who gave birth to the blood fetuses to the nearby villages. The reason why she wanted to follow was naturally because Dao 13 was not good at communicating with others. Moreover, she was a human of this world, so it was more convenient for her to communicate with others. "I will go with you tomorrow," Lu Yi said. Lan Qiyu said, "Senior brother is going out tomorrow." This was strange. During this time, Lu Yi had been staying in his cave. Except for the day when he helped her deliver the baby, Lan Qiyu didn't see Lu Yi leave. "There are some things I want to see," Lu Yi casually explained. Lan Qiyu naturally had no objection. Su the night was silent. The next day, Zhang Julai walked out of the Bright Moon Cave mansion with a serious expression. He saw the figure standing at the entrance of the cave and was very surprised. He looked around and saw that there was no one, so he whispered, "Master, you are. I will go with you to see the Blood River." Lu Yi was naturally curious about the existence of the Blood River. Previously, his cultivation had not recovered, so it was not good for him to run around. Now, he could take a look and see why the Blood River was so magical. Zhang Julai mistakenly thought that Lu Yi was worried about his safety, so he was a little touched. Lu Yi took out the spirit boat and sent the 2 human women onto the spirit boat. He called out to Lan Qiyu and flew in a direction. Zhang Julai followed closely by his side. Dao 13 stayed behind to look after the house. The blood race were not people who knew their place. If there was no one guarding this place, who knew what they would do to the pregnant mothers? Lu Yi did not want to see any tragedy when he returned. They rushed all the way. Soon, they arrived near Tsangnan village. Lu Yi stopped the spirit boat and instructed Lan Qiyu, "Send them to the village." Previously, Lan Qiyu personally sent the human women to Tsangnan village. Lan Qiyu obeyed. She returned in a short while and handed the 2 women to the village chief. The group set off again. After flying for less than half a day, they arrived at a bare mountain top. This mountain was very strange. There was not a single blade of grass growing within a radius of dozens of miles. It looked extremely desolate. At the top of the mountain, there was a pond about 2 to 3 acres in size. The pond was not clear water, but a kind of viscous, blood-red liquid. It was as if the entire pond was filled with blood. To be able to see the latest updates of this book next time, please be sure to save your bookmark. Chapter 10:15. Blood River. Zhang Julai's choice is free to read. Chapter 10:16. Even before he got close, the smell of blood rushed into his nose. Blood pools. This was also one of the ways in which the Blood River appeared in the blood refining realm. The Blood River was an underground river, hidden deep underground rather than flowing on the surface. The blood pools scattered throughout the blood refining realm were the entrances and exits for vampires to enter the Blood River. Lu Yi stood beside the blood pool and observed it with a frown. Although he had obtained some information about the blood pool from the memories of the dead vampires, seeing it with his own eyes was another matter. At first glance, the blood in the blood pool looked exactly like real blood, whether in shape, color, or smell. It was very strange. Bubbles of various sizes constantly rose from the bottom of the blood pool and then burst, splashing blood everywhere. At this point, Zhang Julai's expression became more and more dignified. Whether he lived or died after taking a step forward would depend on his own fortune. However, as Lu Ye's sole slave, He had to take this step if he wanted to stay by Lu Ye's side for a long time. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai turned around and performed a vampire salute. "Sir, I'm going." Lu Yi nodded slightly. Zhang Julai no longer hesitated. With a leap, he jumped into the blood river. There wasn't even a splash of blood. Lu Yi urged his divine sense to investigate Zhang Julai's situation, but to his surprise, his divine sense couldn't penetrate within 1 zhang of the blood pool. The blood in the blood pool had the effect of blocking divine sense. However, Lu Yi didn't care much about this. Although Zhang Julai was his sole slave, as a vampire, how could he not take human lives? Before meeting Lu Yi, there must have been some humans who had suffered under his hands. Therefore, even if Zhang Julai were to die here, Lu Yi wouldn't feel any heartache. He could easily take in another soul slave. Now that his cultivation had been restored, any blood clan below the divine sea realm would be no match for him. He bent down, wrapped one of his hands with spirit chi, and reached into the blood pool to feel the mysteries of the blood pool. Soon, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This blood pool was undoubtedly very corrosive because the spirit chi protecting his hand was rapidly being consumed, and there were even sizzling sounds. He had encountered vampires in the soaring dragon realm, so he wasn't surprised. What surprised him was that the blood pool seemed to contain an extremely surging energy, which reminded him of the 9 states' earth veins. In the nameless secret realm, he had felt this surge when he devoured the earth veins. However, the blood pool was undoubtedly richer than the earth veins in the nameless secret realm. The only difference was that the nameless earth veins was more suitable for cultivation. If a human cultivator were to recklessly absorb it, it would definitely be extremely dangerous. Just the corrosive power alone was not something a human cultivator could withstand. If it was forcefully absorbed into the body, it would cause great damage to the spiritual cavities and meridians. Could it be the earth vein of the blood refining realm? Lu Ye's heart suddenly jumped fake thoughts. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The earth veins of a realm must cover the entire realm. That was why there were strange places like blood ponds everywhere in the blood refinement realm. And every blood pond was connected to the underground blood river. "You stay here. I'll go down and take a look." Lu Yi turned to Lan Qiyu and said. Since the blood in the blood pool contained surging energy, it would undoubtedly be of great help to his cultivation. In the blood refining realm, he couldn't connect to the heavens and exchange for a golden spirit stick to cultivate. Although he still had a lot of cultivation resources and swallowing blood crystals was also a way to cultivate, how could it compare to the convenience of using a spirit stick? But if he could use the earth veins of the blood refining realm to cultivate, his cultivation speed would still be faster, but using a spirit stick would be much faster than ordinary method. He had been in this world for more than a month, and his cultivation had gone from being suppressed to being fully restored. It was also a process of settling down. His 7th order true lake realm had barely stabilized, so there wouldn't be any hidden dangers if he continued to raise his cultivation. In this strange world, he had to obtain as much strength as possible. He couldn't rely on Dao Shisan for everything. "Senior brother, be careful." Lan Qiyu couldn't help but worry, but she didn't stop him. Lu Yi nodded slightly, wrapped his spirit chi around his body, and jumped down. Blood splashed, and Lu Yi disappeared. Immediately, a piercing sound came from all directions as his spirit chi was rapidly consumed. Lu Yi tried to disperse the spirit chi protecting him, but when the blood around him came into contact with his skin, he felt like needles were stabbing him. Countless needles pierced all over his body. Fortunately, it was still bearable. The surging energy in the blood didn't need to be absorbed by Lu Yi as it drilled into his body through his pores as if it had a mind of its own. The pain became even more intense. Suddenly, there was a change in the talent tree. Lu Yi immersed himself in observing and saw a thick gray mist burning on the talent tree. This undoubtedly meant that the blood contained a lot of harmful things to him, so after it entered his body, it was burned by the talent tree. Lu Yi quietly sensed for a moment and determined that there wasn't much danger. It was just the feeling of being stabbed by needles that he had to endure. This was the mystery of the talent tree. One had to know that the Blood River was an extremely dangerous place for adult vampires. Those who entered would die 9 times out of 10 because of the terror contained in the Blood River, not to mention Lu Yi, a human. However, after being burned by the talent tree, the terror turned into gray mist and dissipated, causing Lu Yi to only feel a stabbing pain all over his body. He released his divine sense to sense his surroundings, but it was still blocked within 3 meters of him. There was no trace of Zhang Julai, and he didn't know where he had run off to. Lu Ye's body sank down, and after a few hundred meters, he suddenly felt an undercurrent surging around him. He waited quietly for a moment, but didn't dare to go any deeper. Divine sense was useless in this place, and if he was sucked in by the undercurrent, it was very likely that he wouldn't be able to find his way back. Moreover, he found that although the method of using the Blood River to cultivate worked, it couldn't last for long. This was because it consumed too much fuel for the talent tree. He had stored a lot of fuel for the talent tree. Not to mention other things, in the Sword Instrument Sect's secret realm, he had used the talent tree to absorb the earth lung fire for 2 months. All of that energy was stored in the talent tree as fuel to burn the impurities. However, there were too many harmful impurities in the Blood River. Lu Yi had never seen the talent tree burn with such a dense gray mist. At this rate, Lu Yi felt that if he cultivated here for 1 or 2 months, the talent tree's fuel would be used up. This was undoubtedly a very bad deal. The talent tree was his greatest help, and Lu Yi couldn't let it lose its ability to burn the impurities. Especially in this blood refining world, he didn't have a way to replenish the talent tree's fuel for the time being. Therefore, although he felt that it was a pity, he could only give up helplessly. He urged his spiritual power and rushed up. In a moment, he rushed out of the Blood River. With his spiritual power protecting his body, he didn't get stained by the blood. After landing, Lu Yi immediately turned his head to look to the side, and his eyes drooped. Lan Qiue was nowhere to be seen, and an unfamiliar vampire was standing beside the Blood River. The vampire was holding a blood fetus in his hand, and it seemed that he was here to deliver the blood fetus to be hatched. When Lu Yi came up, he was looking into the Blood River. Lu Ye's appearance gave him a fright. After seeing Lu Ye's appearance, the vampire was greatly surprised, and then he shouted angrily, "How dare you trespass into my Blood Clan's forbidden area?" The Blood River was the foundation of the Blood Clan, and it was a hotbed for hatching blood fetus. Naturally, the Blood Clan valued it greatly. In the blood refining world, humans weren't qualified to step into the Blood River. Therefore, when he saw Lu Yi rush out of the Blood River, the vampire was furious. "Where is she?" Lu Ye's voice was low. There were no signs of fighting or blood, but Lan Qiue was nowhere to be seen. Lu Yi already had a guess as to where she went. However, he didn't expect that such an accident would happen while he was deep in the Blood River. He couldn't help but blame himself. If he had known this would happen, he would have sent Lan Qiue back after she settled the 2 human pregnant mothers. At that time, he thought that since it was on the way, he would bring Lan Qiue along and return together after he finished investigating the Blood River. It would save time. But now, it seemed that Lan Qiue must have found the vampire and had nowhere to hide, so she jumped into the Blood River to find Lu Yi. In a place like the Blood River, even a pure-blooded vampire would have a slim chance of survival, let alone a human like Lan Qiue. Moreover, her cultivation was only at the spirit stream realm. "You should take care of yourself first," the vampire shouted angrily. He raised his hand and grabbed at Lu Yi, his fingernails sharp and cold. There was a clanging sound and a flash of a blade. The vampire maintained his clawing posture, but his arm had been cut off at the elbow. The flash of the blade was so fast that he didn't feel any pain. He didn't even have time to bleed. However, He obviously realized what had happened. He looked at Lu Yi in astonishment. He couldn't understand where a blood food got the guts to attack him. Another flash of the blade and the vampire's body was completely frozen in place. He was only at the Cloud River realm. How could he block Lu Yi's attack? Lu Yi turned and jumped into the blood river. He released his divine perception to the greatest extent to search for Lan Qiue's whereabouts. It wasn't until Lu Yi left that the Blood Clan member's body shook, and his head suddenly rolled off from his body. Blood spurted from his neck as he fell to the ground with a plop. After half an hour, Lu Yi rushed out of the blood river again. His face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. He couldn't find Lan Qiue. The environment under the blood river was too harsh. Not to mention the undercurrents, divine perception was also greatly suppressed. Under such an environment, it was extremely difficult to find a person. When Lan Qiue jumped in, he should have been in the blood river. At that time, he didn't even notice Lan Qiue's whereabouts, let alone look for her afterward. If a spirit stream realm cultivator fell into the blood river, there was basically no chance of survival. Chapter 10:17. He should not have taken the trouble of not sending Lan Qiue back in time. Instead, he brought her with him. He should not have left her here alone. The main reason was that Lu Yi did not expect that the blood breeds would arrive in such a short time. Lan Qiue was poisoned by the blood breeds. Under such circumstances, she had no way to escape and could only jump into the blood river to search for Lu Yi. She probably did not know how powerful the blood river was. After all, she did not have much experience. When she saw Lu Yi jump into the blood river, she also jumped in. If she knew how powerful the blood river was, she would have waited for Lu Yi to save her. That way, no matter what, she could have kept her life. Lan Qiue was gone. Lu Yi blamed himself. There was one more thing that made him feel depressed. Zhang Julai was also gone. Because he left the soul manipulation divine pattern in Zhang Julai's mind, Lu Yi could sense Zhang Julai's existence. However, when he went deep into the blood river to search for Lan Qiue, the connection between him and the soul manipulation divine pattern suddenly disappeared without a trace. This undoubtedly meant that Zhang Julai did not survive the blood river's baptism and tempering of his blood vessels. He had already fallen somewhere in the blood river. This was within Lu Yi's expectations. The blood breeds went deep into the blood river. Zhang Julai was nothing special compared to the other blood breeds. There was a high probability that he would not have survived. However, because of Lan Qiue's accident, this was within Lu Yi's expectations. He could not help but feel depressed. This was great. When they came, they were a group of 3. When they left, they were all alone. The corpse of the blood breeds that he had just killed was lying beside him. The head was separated from the body, and the blood had already flowed dry. Lu Yi went forward and took out the blood crystal. He then waved his sword and chopped the blood fetus that rolled to the side into pieces. Only then did he soar into the sky and rush in a certain direction. In the depths of the blood river, the undercurrent surged violently. Lan Qiue was drifting with the current. She could only feel that her life force was rapidly flowing away. This was caused by the blood river's water corroding her body. Lu Yi could still resist the corrosion of the blood river's water by using his spiritual power. However, how could Lan Qiue do that? Under the blood's corrosion, her skin was festering. She could not find any trace of Lu Yi. With her current spirit stream realm cultivation, it was impossible for her to rush out. The river of blood was swept up by the undercurrent. She no longer knew where she was. Her life was about to come to an end, but she didn't have much fear. She was originally an ordinary human woman, a blood meal and plaything in the eyes of the vampires. On the day she gave birth to the blood fetus, she thought she would die without a doubt, but Lu Yi saved her life with her help. She had also killed several blood fetuses during this period of time. It was enough for him to die like this. It didn't seem to be a pity. His consciousness continued to sink. Suddenly, a speck of golden light bloomed in his field of vision. In the depths of the river of blood, this speck of golden light was extremely dazzling. Lan Qiue did not know what this golden light was. At this moment, even her thoughts were about to fall silent. However, she still instinctively stretched out her hand and held the golden light in her palm. Lan Qiue felt as if she had been burned by a soldering iron. She quickly let go of her hand, but the golden light in her palm had already imprinted itself into her body. It traveled up her arm and landed on her chest. In the next moment, Lan Qiue opened her mouth and seemed to be screaming. However, her mouth was filled with blood and no sound came out. The golden light on her chest suddenly shone brightly, illuminating Lan Qiue's entire body in a dazzling golden light. In the blood-refining world, the vampires had countless large and small gathering places. The smallest one was undoubtedly the cave dwelling. The Bright Moon Cave Dwelling and the Baihui Cave Dwelling were both in this category. In such a gathering place, the vampires of the Cloud River realm were usually in charge. They only governed an area of 100 miles. However, above the Immortals' Cave, there was an even higher level of existence, which was the Blessed Land. Comparatively speaking, the Blessed Land's area of governance was much larger. At the very least, it would have a radius of a few hundred kilometers. The larger Blessed Land's area of governance was 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers. Within the Blessed Land, all humans were the property of the vampires in the Blessed Land. They could take whatever they wanted. The difference between a cave dwelling and a Blessed Land was not only the size, but also the number of vampires and the cultivation level of the vampires. The Bright Moon Cave Dwelling could only be called a cave dwelling because the strongest vampires were only in the Cloud River realm. If Sun Miaozhu had the cultivation level of the True Lake realm, it would have been the Bright Moon Blessed Land. Therefore, in every Blessed Land where the vampires gathered, there would be True Lake realm vampires overseeing it. Above that would be the cave-dwelling level gathering places. With Spirit Sea realm vampires overseeing it, they governed at least 10,000 miles in radius. In comparison, whether it was a cave-dwelling, a Blessed Land, or a cave-dwelling, they were equivalent to the sects of the 9 continents. However, the vampires did not need to pass on their teachings, so naturally, they did not have any camaraderie. For the vampires, the blood crystals in their fellow vampires were the most desirable cultivation resource. This also created the unique chaotic order in the blood-refining world. The Ganlu Blessed Land was located in the Ganlu Mountain, 1,000 miles away from the Bright Moon Cave Dwelling. Nominally, the Bright Moon Cave Dwelling was under the jurisdiction of Qian Lu Blessed Land. Including the many small caves conquered by the Bright Moon Cave Dwelling in the past month, they were all under the jurisdiction of the Ganlu Blessed Land. Looking at the entire blood-refining world, the scale of the Ganlu Blessed Land's jurisdiction was not too big. This was because the Blessed Land's master, Yu Lingfeng, did not have a high cultivation, only at the True Lake Realm's 7th order. Although there were some True Lake Realm vampires under his command, their cultivation was weaker than his. In the Ganlu Mountain, where the Blessed Land was located, there was a continuous building complex with rich world energy. Compared to the cave-dwelling environment of the Bright Moon Cave Dwelling, it was undoubtedly much better. In such a place, it was not a problem for a few hundred people to live in. If it was slightly expanded, it could even accommodate a few hundred people. At this moment, in the main hall of the Ganlu Blessed Land, more than 10 True Lake Realm vampires were sitting on both sides. Yu Lingfeng sat on the main seat in the hall, discussing matters with the other True Lake Realm vampires under his command. The matter they were discussing was obviously related to the recent actions of the Bright Moon Cave Dwelling. Blessed Lord, the Bright Moon Cave Dwelling has been a bit excessive recently. According to the news, they have conquered all the nearby caves in a month's time. Most of the clansmen were killed on the spot, and only a few survived. Now, the Bright Moon Cave Dwelling has gathered about 50 clansmen, and all of them are above the Cloud River Realm's 7th order. Although the vampires frequently attacked each other, There had never been an incident like the Bright Moon cave dwelling. After all, the strength of each cave dwelling was not too different. If a war really broke out, it was hard to say who would win. Maybe they could win 1 or 2 battles, but it was impossible for them to keep winning. However, the news they received was that the Bright Moon cave dwelling was like a hot knife through butter, sweeping clean several nearby caves. Not only did they destroy those caves, but they were also constantly strengthening and consolidating their forces. Under normal circumstances, the vampires of the upper echelons would not interfere with the battles of the lower echelons. As long as the Blood River existed, the vampires would continue to exist. So what if some people died? Moreover, the blood crystals of the dead vampires would become nutrients for the growth of the surviving vampires. However, the Bright Moon cave dwelling was constantly consolidating and strengthening their forces, so the Ganlu Blessed Land could not help but pay attention. At present, the Bright Moon cave dwelling did not have the strength to threaten the Ganlu Blessed Land, but if they continued like this, who knew if they would plot against the Ganlu Blessed Land? This kind of thing had happened in the blood refining world before. Moreover, with so many caves destroyed, it would affect the lower echelons. Tribute. In the blood refining world, every 3 months, each cave dwelling would capture some blood food from their territory and offer it to the Blessed Land for the vampires to enjoy. As the number of caves under his control decreased, the amount of blood and food offered as tribute decreased as well. This undoubtedly affected the benefits of the Blessed Land. How can a small Bright Moon cave dwelling be so powerful? I remember that the cave master of the Bright Moon cave dwelling, Sun Miaozhu, was only in the Cloud River realm. Could it be that she broke through to the true lake realm? Yuling Feng showed displeasure. Blessed Lord, that Sun Miaozhu is already dead. Now, the Bright Moon cave dwelling is under the control of a person called Zhang Julai. The recent abnormalities of the Bright Moon cave dwelling only happened after he took over. Zhang Julai. Yuling Feng did not have any impression of this person. He had many caves under the demon realm, and only the cave masters he could remember. How could he remember this Zhang Julai? This person is also not in the true lake realm. It is said that he has taken in 2 very powerful blood slaves, which is why he can do things like this. Although the communication in the blood refining world was not as convenient as in the 9 continents, there were still things similar to sound transmission stones, so the transmission of information was not too difficult. A month was not long, but it was not short either. The Bright Moon cave dwelling had successively attacked the outside world, causing quite a commotion. How could it not be noticed by the vampires? What blood slaves can be so powerful? Yuling Feng did not understand. Blessed Lord, now is not the time to be concerned about the blood slaves. How should we deal with the Bright Moon cave dwelling? Blessed Lord, please come up with a plan. Yuling Feng pondered for a moment, then said, Wanfang. A true lake realm cultivator walked out from below and placed his hand on his chest. Here. I'll have to trouble you. Go to Bright Moon Cave and order Zhang Julai to immediately stop his current actions. Also, ask him to hurry up and offer up the latest batch of blood food, as well as the share of the cave mansions that he destroyed. What if he doesn't listen? Wanfang asked. Then kill him. Find an obedient cave master. Yuling Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. Yes. Wanfang turned and left, quickly leaving the main hall. After this matter was discussed, the group of true lake realm vampires discussed other matters for a while before dispersing. Yuling Feng walked towards his bedroom with his hands behind his back. He secretly thought that if there was a chance, he would like to meet Zhang Julai's 2 blood slaves and take them for his own use. Although he was the blessed lord of Ganlu Blessed Land, he had not been having an easy time recently. The vampires did not have a strong sense of hierarchy. Basically, strength was king. His true lake realm 7th order cultivation was still able to stabilize his position as the blessed lord for the time being, but among the other true lake realm cultivators under him, there was already one whose cultivation was almost on par with his. When that time came, he would either have to chase that true Lake Realm cultivator out and let him establish his own sect, or he would have to share the power in his hands. Either way, he was not willing to do it. As for killing that blood race cultivator, it was not appropriate to cut the weeds and eliminate the root. Killing him would definitely give him a good blood crystal, but it would also weaken the heritage of Gan Lu Blessed Land. If other blessed lands came to attack, he would have one less talent under his command. Chapter 10:18. Yuling Feng was caught between a rock and a hard place. The other members of the blood race only saw him as a high and mighty figure, but who could understand his difficulties? As he pondered, he suddenly paused and looked up. An unfamiliar figure appeared in his field of vision. The man's hands were crossed, and he held a long saber in front of him as he looked at him quietly. Yuling Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine because he hadn't noticed this person's existence at all before seeing him. And judging from his appearance, he was actually a human. He had always been a cautious person, and the moment he saw this person, he instinctively retreated and opened his mouth to call out. Under the premise that he didn't know the other's cultivation level, it was undoubtedly unwise to fight him rashly. The other party was able to sneak in here without anyone noticing, so he obviously had some tricks up his sleeve. At this moment, the wisest thing to do was to warn him and take down this strange human with his subordinate. But he had just opened his mouth when he felt dizzy, as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. For a moment, his mind was in a mess, and he couldn't speak. Then, a great pain came from the depths of his head, as if his brain had been crushed. This severe pain woke Yuling Feng up for a moment, and he immediately understood what had happened to him. He had been attacked by a divine sense. In other words, the one waiting for him here was actually at the Spirit Sea tier? A moment later, Yuling Feng stood up with a pained expression and stood respectfully in front of Lu Yi. Being forcibly implanted with the soul control divine mark, his reaction was much greater than Zhang Julai's. It wasn't that Lu Ye's actions were violent, but rather that it had to do with his cultivation level. Zhang Julai was only at the Cloud River tier, so Lu Ye's divine sense could easily break through his spiritual defenses and implant the Ma Han Soul divine mark. Zhang Julai didn't have much to gain from this whole process, but Yuling Feng wasn't far from the Spirit Sea tier, and although he hadn't developed a soul and divine sense, his innate spiritual defenses were much stronger than Zhang Julai's. Lu Ye's forcible breakthrough had caused his spiritual sense to be shaken. This is Thousand Flow Blessed Land, right? Lu Yi held a piece of animal skin in his hand. There was a hole in the animal skin that Zhang Julai had drawn for him before. He had followed the scribbled map and found this place. But was this really Thousand Flows Blessed Land? He wasn't sure, but it was probably right. Yes. Yuling Feng replied respectfully. Who is the blessed master here? Lu Yi asked again. It's me. What a coincidence. When Lu Yi came here, he only wanted to enslave a random true lake stage cultivator. It didn't matter whether he was a fortune lord or not. Even if he wasn't, with Lu Yi behind the scenes, he would quickly become a fortune lord. Are you Yuling Feng? This name was also heard from Zhang Julai. Yes. Lu Yi nodded slightly. Since that was the case, it saved him some trouble. He went straight to the point. I have something to tell you. Remember it. Yuling Feng quickly straightened his face and listened respectfully. After a night of silence, the next day, Yuling Feng, who had more or less recovered, gathered his true lake stage subordinates for a meeting. In the hall, over 10 true lake stage cultivators were gathered together. They had no idea why Yuling Feng had gathered them here today. However, the figure that appeared beside Yuling Feng attracted a lot of attention because it was a young man from the human clan. No one had seen him before. Blessed Master, this human is. A middle-aged blood race cultivator looked at Lu Yi curiously and asked. This is the Blessed Master's new blood slave. Don't mind him. Yuling Feng stood up from his seat and said loudly, Today, I called you all here to announce two things. The blood race cultivators quickly sat up straight. First, from today onwards, in the areas under the Blessed Master's jurisdiction, the blood tribute will be abolished and replaced with human blood. In addition, the holy clans are not allowed to harm humans. A month ago, Zhang Julai announced this at the Bright Moon Cave abode and caused a huge uproar. This time it was the same. As Yu Lingfeng's voice fell, the group of blood race cultivators seemed to have heard something unbelievable. The middle-aged blood race cultivator immediately asked, "May I ask why Blessed Master made such a decision?" It was natural for blood race cultivators to consume blood. Since ancient times it had always been this way. No one had heard of any place changing this habit. There is no why. This is the Blessed Master's order. Yu Lingfeng's attitude was very tough. It was mainly because of Lu Ye's instructions. He was just following orders. For him, Lu Yi was the heaven and the earth. There was no reason. I don't agree. The middle-aged blood race cultivator shouted. Presumably, no one here will agree. Yes, blessed master, it is indeed inappropriate to abolish the blood tribute. Please reconsider. Human blood can be consumed, but how can dead blood taste better than living blood? If there is no more blood, how can there be any living blood in the future? This matter was related to their own interests, so the blood race cultivators couldn't sit still and shouted one after another. In particular, the middle-aged blood race cultivator who spoke first shouted the loudest. His cultivation was almost the same as Yu Lingfeng's, and his status in Thousand Flow Blessed Land was very high. He also felt Yu Lingfeng's complicated attitude towards him recently. Recently, he was also thinking about his own way out. Should he stay and continue to be loyal to Yu Lingfeng, or go out and establish his own sect? According to his cultivation, he could have already established his own sect and become the master of a blessed land. However, not all blood race cultivators were willing to be a cave master or blessed master. Sometimes, relying on the wings of others was more free and unfettered. If there was any trouble, there was someone above to take care of it. Moreover, in the current blood-refining world, each blessed land had its own territory. Even if he went out and established his own sect, it would be useless if he didn't have a territory to control. Therefore, he didn't expect Yu Lingfeng to give such a muddle-headed order at this critical moment. He couldn't help but feel a little restless. If he took this opportunity to unite with the other blood race cultivators, he would have a great chance to eliminate Yu Lingfeng. When the time came, he would be the blessed master of Thousand Flow Blessed Land. Just as he was thinking this, Yu Lingfeng slammed the table beside him and shouted angrily, "Who dares to disobey this blessed master's order?" The other blood race cultivators shrunk their necks, but Yu Lingfeng still had some dignity. The middle-aged blood race cultivator gritted his teeth and said, "If blessed master's order is wrong, then we can disobey." With a clanging sound, a long saber was slowly unsheathed. Lu Yi, who had been standing beside Yu Lingfeng all this time, approached the middle-aged blood race cultivator step by step. All the blood race cultivators were stunned, but after feeling Lu Ye's killing intent, they immediately reacted. The middle-aged blood race cultivator was furious. A mere blood slave dares to be impudent. Take the crowd. With that said, a bloody light surged around him and turned into the shape of several arrows. With a wave of his hand, the blood arrows shot toward Lu Yi. Although he had the idea of replacing Yu Lingfeng as the master of this blessed land, he was still a little apprehensive about falling out with Yu Lingfeng right now. However, when it came to a blood slave like Lu Yi, he had nothing to fear. Killing this blood slave could be considered a warning to Yu Lingfeng. If he still insisted on going about things the wrong way, then he would have no choice but to join forces with the other blood race cultivators to capture Yu Lingfeng. With that in mind, the blood race cultivator's expression changed drastically. Because the blood arrows he used didn't deter Lu Yi in the slightest. With a few flashes of saber light, the blood arrows shattered with a loud bang. Then, Lu Yi approached within 10 meters of the blood race cultivator, and chopped down with his saber. Bao, the middle-aged blood race cultivator's heart was filled with alarm. He frantically stimulated his blood essence and spiritual power to form a solid barrier. However, this barrier was still cut open by the saber. At the same time, the middle-aged blood race cultivator's body was also split in two under the powerful impact. His broken body fell to the left and right side. Blood race cultivators looked around. None of the blood race cultivators dared to make a sound. With the example of the previous blood race cultivator in front of them, saying no at this time was the same as courting death. Dead blood and living blood are nothing more than useful for cultivation. Besides the taste, it doesn't hinder one's cultivation. This matter is decided. From now on, under the rule of my 1,000-flow blessed land, the saints are not allowed to casually harm humans. Have all cave dwellings send people to collect blood from human villages on a regular basis? Yes. A sparse response could be heard. How could Yu Lingfeng not see through their thoughts? He said, compared to blood food, the most useful thing for my saint race is blood crystals. Instead of blood crystals, you are constantly thinking about blood food. How laughable. Blessed Lord, although blood crystals are good, they aren't easy to obtain. A blood race cultivator boldly spoke up. Every blood crystal represented the life of a blood race cultivator. Although they had the ability to kill some weaker blood race cultivators to obtain blood crystals, they couldn't allow their own blood to die. The foundation of the Hall read. The blood race cultivators who were shouting loudly just now were all silent at this moment. They all looked in horror at Lu Yi, who was skillfully extracting blood crystals. Only now did they realize that this blood slave, whom they didn't take seriously, had the terrifying strength to easily kill all of them. In the entire 1,000-flow blessed land, other than Yu Lingfeng, the middle-aged blood race cultivator who just died was the strongest. However, he still couldn't even take a single strike from the other party. With this kind of strength, even Yu Lingfeng might not be able to block a single strike from him. They really couldn't understand where Yu Lingfeng had gotten this blood slave. They were on guard. This kind of blood slave couldn't have appeared out of nowhere. It must have been subdued by Yu Lingfeng long ago. However, he had been hiding it all this time. Only today did he let this blood slave show up. And as soon as it showed up, it did such a shocking thing. It was obviously to deter them. Who else disagrees? Yu Lingfeng's expression was cold. If the blood race cultivators under his command really did that, he wouldn't have any subordinates to use in the future. He could only sneak into other people's territory and make his move secretly. However, doing so had its risk. If other blessed lords found out about it, there would be friction and dispute. Who knows, his blood crystals might even be coveted by others. It's easy to get the blood crystals. Yu Lingfeng snorted. Immediately gather all the people in the cave abode. I want to attack Bei Min blessed land. Lu Yi stood at the side and watched quietly. He couldn't help but think of Zhang Julai's high-spirited appearance a month ago. He couldn't help but sigh at how similar this scene was. Of course, this matter was secretly led by him. How could it not be similar? Please enter the latest update in your browser. Please keep your bookmark well so that you can check the latest update of this book next time. Chapter 10:18 Blood Slave-Free Reading in 1,000-Flow Blessed Land. Chapter 10:19 In Qianlu Blessed Land, all of the vampires had set off for battle. Only Lu Yi was left behind to guard the Blessed Land. The rest were the pregnant women sent from the various caves. These women couldn't be placed casually. Before they gave birth, they could only stay here and look after them. After they gave birth, they could be sent to the nearby villages. It had been a month since Lu Yi arrived at Qianlu Blessed Land. On the second day, Dao Shisan led a group of people from the Bright Moon Cave to meet up with him. This could be considered to have strengthened Qianlu Blessed Land's strength. In any case, although the vampires brought by Dao Shisan weren't at the true lake realm, they were all the remaining elites of their respective caves. Shang in a few days, the troops of the Bright Moon Cave would gather and set off for Bei Min Blessed Land. Month the battle taste leaves unrestricted A.K. North, E Blessed Land, and E Blessed Land held the fort. The battle progressed smoothly. Lolong had lost many true Lake Stage Blood Clan stones. 2 of them escaped and 4 of them surrendered. Qian Lu Blessed Land's foundation overnight, they had strengthened by quite a bit. They had even recruited several true Lake Stage Blood Clan members who were stronger than Yu Lingfeng. According to the rules of the vampires, Yu Lingfeng couldn't continue to be their blessed land under such circumstances. However, with Dao Shursan's deterrence, even if the vampires were stronger than Yu Lingfeng, they didn't dare to act rashly. This made them very envious. They didn't know where Yu Lingfeng got such a powerful blood slave. After conquering Bei Min Blessed Land, after about 10 days of reorganization, Qianlu Blessed Land set off again to attack another blessed land. On the one hand, Lu Yi stayed behind to take care of the human women. On the other hand, he cultivated and thought of a way out. He could rely on the soul manipulation rune to make a name for himself in the blood refining realm. This was because the targets he chose weren't strong, so he could easily control them. However, if he met a divine sea realm vampire, his soul manipulation rune might not work. Moreover, his strength alone was limited. He couldn't change the general situation of the blood refining realm. Perhaps the humans could live a stable life in the blood refining realm. However, how many lands like Qianlu Blessed Land were there in the entire blood refining realm? If he couldn't change the general trend of the blood refining world, he wouldn't be able to save the human race in this world. Lu Yi had been thinking about the purpose of 9 regions Tianji to send him to this world. Although he didn't have much clue, it was definitely related to the human race in this world. Therefore, the most important thing right now was to improve his cultivation. It would be best if he could reach the spiritual sea realm. This way, he would be able to control some blood race of the divine ocean realm, and he would be able to protect even more humans. To Lu Yi, cultivation was still very simple. It could even be said that if he did not consider the consumption of the talent tree's fuel, the blood river would be the best place to cultivate. But because the talent tree's fuel was consumed too quickly in the blood river, Lu Yi could only give up on this dry cultivation method. Fortunately, he had a lot of spirit stones and spirit pills in his storage space, and Yu Lingfeng had brought him a lot of blood crystals when he returned from the battle a few days ago. In the short term, there was no need to worry about cultivation resources. Although the efficiency of cultivation was not as good as using spirit sticks in the 9 regions, there was no need to worry about his cultivation progressing too quickly, which would lead to an unstable foundation. Lu Yi estimated that when he consumed all the spirit stones and spirit pills he had, his cultivation would be able to reach the true lake realm 8th order. As for how to cultivate after that, he could only take it one step at a time. At worst, he could just kill some blood race members and take their blood crystals to cultivate. It could even be said that he could enter the blood river to cultivate. As long as he controlled the consumption of the talent tree's fuel, there wouldn't be any problems. A woman's scream came from not far away, from where many human women were gathered. Lu Yi frowned and released his divine sense. After silently probing for a moment, he determined that the woman's life was not in danger and did not help. Ji Tai came to Lu Ye's side with determination, placed the blood fetus in front of Lu Yi, looked at him with fear, and ran away. This girl was a helper chosen by Lu Yi from the human women. It had to be said that the human race had been oppressed and enslaved for too long in the blood-refining world, so long that they didn't even know how to stand up. Even with Lu Ye's support, these human women still lived in fear every day. This girl was one of the few who was brave enough to be chosen by Lu Yi as his helper, but even so, every time she delivered the blood fetus, she didn't dare to communicate with Lu Yi. Because in the girl's understanding, Lu Yi was a blood slave of the blood race, a member of the blood race. The blood race was even more sacred and inviolable. Even if it was a blood fetus that had not yet hatched, she didn't dare to harm it and brought it here for Lu Yi to deal with. This inevitably made Lu Yi miss Lan Qiyu. Previously, when Lan Qiyu was in the Bright Moon Cave abode, he did not need to intervene in these women's affairs. She alone could take care of those pregnant women, help them deliver the babies, and take care of the blood fetus. Looking at the blood fetus in front of him, which was still stained with blood, Lu Yi raised his hand expressionlessly and pushed his spirit chi. Under the roiling flames, the blood fetus instantly turned to ashes. He continued cultivating. Spirit stones were placed around him. The roots of the talent tree reached into the spirit stones and quickly absorbed the energy in them for his own use. He kept stuffing spirit pills into his mouth and swallowed them. Occasionally, he would eat a piece of blood crystal and chew it until it was crunchy. The next day, the blood race from Qianlu Blessed Land returned under the leadership of Yu Lingfeng. Lu Yi didn't ask about the results of the battle. To him, the battle between the blood race was like a dogfight. It didn't matter to him how many people died. He just wanted to protect Qianlu Blessed Land. At the very least, he wanted to let the human women who gathered here have a stable living environment. However, judging from the number of blood crystals brought back by Dao 13, many blood race had died in this battle. After a while, he bowed. "Sir." Lu Yi didn't even lift his eyelids. Yu Lingfeng didn't mind. After interacting with Lu Yi so many times, he was already used to Lu Ye's attitude. He reported the situation of the battle. Their side lost a lot of troops, but they subdued even more blood race. Therefore, after this battle, Qianlu Blessed Land's foundation was not bad. However, there was no Shaoshu. Instead, there was a river of people. After the report, Yu Lingfeng still didn't leave. He looked a little hesitant. "Is there anything else?" Lu Yi asked. Only then did Yu Lingfeng speak. "Sir, there are many true Lake Realm blood race cultivators gathered here. Especially the newcomers. Most of them don't respect me and are coveting my position as the Blessed Land's Lord. I intend to kill them all." Lu Yi knew what he wanted to do. Yu Lingfeng couldn't do it alone. Therefore, he needed someone to help him. Lu Yi turned to Dao 13, who was sitting beside him and chewing on a blood crystal. He ordered, "In the future, kill any blood race member he asks you to kill." Dao 13 answered in a muffled voice. Yu Lingfeng was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." In the eyes of others, Dao 13 was his blood slave. However, only he knew the real situation. Dao 13 wasn't under his control. However, as long as the blood race knew about this, no one would dare to be impudent in front of him. "If Sir has no other orders, I will take my leave." The next few days were peaceful and uneventful. There were many new blood race members at Qianlu Blessed Land. Naturally, they had to reorganize and prepare for the upcoming battle. This kind of battle allowed the victorious side to reap the benefit. After all, they would get a share of the blood crystals of the dead blood race members. Compared to drinking the blood of the blood race members, the blood crystals were undoubtedly better for the blood race members. On this day, Lu Yi was cultivating when Yu Lingfeng ran over in a panic. "Sir, bad news." Lu Yi opened his eyes and looked at him. "What's the matter?" "There's news. Baiyun Blessed Land, Tianke Blessed Land and Qingqiu Blessed Land have joined forces to attack Qianlu Blessed Land. The three forces are already on their way and will arrive by tomorrow." Lu Ye's brows furrowed slightly. Although this was within his expectations, it seemed that the reaction of these blessed lands was faster than he had expected. Qianlu Blessed Land had attacked two neighboring blessed lands in the past month. Their movements were huge. It was impossible for the other blessed lands to not hear about it. As long as they heard the news, they would definitely respond. Taking the initiative to attack was undoubtedly the best response. And this time, the three blessed lands had joined forces. It could be seen how decisive these three blessed lands were. Although Qianlu Blessed Land had a strong army now, it was impossible for Qianlu Blessed Land to withstand the joint attack of the three blessed lands. Lu Yi and Dao Shisan could naturally lend a hand. With the two of them, guarding Qianlu Blessed Land would not be a problem. The only problem was that once the battle started, the fate of the human women in the Blessed Land would be worrying. After all, in a chaotic battle, who would care about the lives of humans? Therefore, Lu Yi had to ensure the safety of those human women. Got it. Go and make the arrangements. Dao Shi-san will go with you. Anyone who dares to disturb the morale of the troops will be killed without mercy. Yes. Yu Lingfeng's heart calmed down and he left with Dao Shi-san. Lu Yi also stood up and went to take care of the human women. In this place, he had to arrange a guard to protect them, so as to ensure their safety as much as possible. In addition, he had something he wanted to try. He could use this battle to test its power. To be honest, the three blessed lands joining forces to attack together was 1+1. Even if Yu Lingfeng and the other vampires were all killed, as long as Qianlu Blessed Land was still there, he could create another puppet. In any case, it was fine as long as the war did not affect the human women. In just 2 hours, Lu Yi finished setting up a defensive array. He did not rest but wandered around the Blessed Land. The array discs he had refined during this period were placed everywhere in the Blessed Land. He busied himself until the middle of the night. The entire Qianlu Blessed Land was now filled with soldiers. Many vampires had gathered together to secretly prepare for the upcoming battle. Chapter 1020. The blood race was a race that was good at war. This was engraved deep in their blood. They were born with more knowledge than humans. Hence, after receiving news that the three blessed lands had joined forces to attack, Qianlu Blessed Land quickly responded. Yu Lingfeng constantly sent out blood race members to scout out the enemy's movement. News after news came back from the outside. By dawn, the three blessed lands' allied forces were only a few hundred miles away from Qianlu Blessed Land. Yu Lingfeng was also mobilizing his troop. Although his cultivation was not very high, he had the demeanor of a general. Under his command, Qianlu Blessed Land's arrangements were orderly. Thankfully, he had borrowed Dao 13's power a few days ago, and now, he had gained some prestige in front of the Blood Tribe's subordinates. After another 2 hours, the allied forces of the three blessed lands finally arrived at the city. Without any verbal communication, the allied forces of the three blessed lands immediately launched their attack. To the blood race, attacking each other was the most normal thing. There was no need to waste words, just fight. The allied forces of the three blessed lands were twice as strong as Qianlu Blessed Land. With the arrival of the three blessed lands, their morale soared. The allied forces closed in on Qianlu Blessed Land in a semicircle. Very quickly, the two sides clashed with blood arts. Streaks of mysterious blood arts weaved through the air, creating a spectacular scene. The blood race rarely used defensive arrays. This was mainly because their blood arts had a strong corrosive effect on defensive arrays. In such a battle, defensive arrays were not very useful and could be easily destroyed by the blood arts. The corrosive effect of the blood race's blood arts did not only affect arrays, but also spiritual weapons. Lu Yi had already verified this point in the Soaring Dragon realm. Hence, the blood race did not have any spiritual weapons. The battles between the blood race mainly relied on their ever-changing blood arts or close combat. The sharp nails of the blood race were their spiritual weapons that had been tempered thousands of times. The advantage in numbers allowed the allied forces of the three blessed lands to gain the upper hand. Qianlu Blessed Land's side soon suffered many casualties. Figures fell from the sky, their vitality dissipating. Dao Shi-san had already single-handedly killed his way into the enemy group. At first, not many blood race members paid attention to him. He was only a blood slave, so naturally, he was not worthy of their attention. Even though Dao 13 had recovered his true lake stage cultivation, he was still not worthy of their attention. However, Dao Shi-san soon attracted the attention of many true lake stage blood breed. The strength that Dao Shi-san displayed was simply too terrifying. Even true lake stage blood breeds would not be able to last more than 3 breaths if he got close to them. In just a few moments, Dao San was surrounded by more than 10 true lake-stage vampires. Under normal circumstances, the blood race would not be a match for Dao San even if they joined forces. After all, Dao San was at the Divine Sea realm. However, the Blood Clan's blood arts were still extremely mysterious. The true lake-stage vampires used some unknown technique to create a river of blood in the blink of an eye. Dao 13 fell into the river of blood and disappeared without a trace. Even the vampires who controlled the river of blood also fell into it and fought with Dao 13. Lu Yi looked at this scene in surprise, but he didn't go to help. He could sense that Dao 13's aura was still very stable. He had hoped that Dao San would help balance the forces of both sides, but with the current situation, he could no longer count on Dao San. Without Dao 13's interference, the alliance of the three blessed lands became even stronger. The blood race's losses in Ganlu blessed land continued to increase. Lu Yi sighed. He could only take out the sword gourd from his storage space and infuse it with spiritual energy. In an instant, streaks of sword chi flew out from the sword gourd and reaped the lives of the enemies. Some of the blood race saw this scene and knew how powerful he was, so they wanted to stop him. However, even if the blood race managed to dodge the sword chi, they would still turn into corpses when they reached Lu Yi. The battle continued without end. Ganlu blessed land was gradually declining. The difference in their forces, especially the true lake-stage vampires, was huge. Under normal circumstances, Ganlu blessed land would not be able to defend itself. After 2 hours of fighting, less than half of the blood race were left in Ganlu blessed land. Lu Yi felt that the time was about right. He took out a jade pendant and infused it with spiritual energy to activate the array he had set up earlier. When the buzzing sound rang out, the array discs he had buried earlier resonated endlessly. An invisible force enveloped the entire Ganlu blessed land. All of a sudden, the vampires in Qianlu blessed land, who were forced to the ground, felt an extremely wonderful feeling. Under the cover of the invisible force, they found that they could easily connect with their companions. Under this connection, they could even borrow the strength of their companions. Twin Qi-linked branches array. This was Lu Ye's preparation. Recently, other than cultivating, he had been studying the twin Qi-linked branches array. He had also refined many array discs with this spirit pattern. With the array discs as nodes, he scattered them all over the blessed land and set up a twin Qi-linked branches array. He could use this battle to test how powerful this array could be. This array itself did not have any killing power. It could only allow the blood race members in the array to connect and borrow each other's strength. So as long as the coordination was good enough, the blood race members of Ganlu blessed land would be able to display strength beyond their own. It would not be a problem to resist the attack of the three blessed lands. The key was cooperation. This was the first time the blood race members of Ganlu blessed land had experienced such a thing, so they naturally did not cooperate well. But soon, they understood the mystery of this array. They immediately gathered in groups of 3 to 5, led by the strongest blood race member, and followed by the others. For a time, the situation was barely stabilized. But it would not be so easy to win. Moreover, Lu Yi also noticed that the twin Qi-linked branches array he had set up had a huge drawback, which was that it could not distinguish between friend and foe. The array was dead, so it naturally could not distinguish between friend and foe, even with Lu Yi presiding over it. So when the enemy blood race members fell into the range of the array, they quickly understood the mystery of the twin Qi-linked branches array. Under the command of the 4 directions, more enemy blood race members fell into the array. Lu Yi frowned and turned his head to look at the blood river in the air. Dao 13 was trapped inside, so Ganlu blessed land had lost one of their top forces. If they wanted to win this battle, they had to get Dao 13 out, or Lu Yi himself. However, he could not leave for too long. He had to protect the human women in the blessed land. Although he had already activated the protective array he had set up before, if he left for too long, the protective array could easily be eroded by the blood art. At that time, the fate of the women would be in danger. Just as Lu Yi decided to help Dao 13 out, he suddenly sensed something strange. He turned his head to look in a certain direction and saw a blood-red ray of light, like a rainbow piercing through the sun, rushing toward him. The light was dazzling, showing the fluctuations of a cloud river tier cultivation base. The blood-red ray of light rushed into the chaotic battlefield and plunged into the blood river in the sky. Lu Ye's expression became strange. This was because he felt a trace of a familiar aura in the blood-red ray of light. It reminded him of someone, but this was too strange, and he did not dare to believe it. Suddenly, a few screams came from the blood river. Not only were the screams shrill, but they were also filled with fear, as if they had encountered something extremely terrifying. Then, the blood river collapsed, and Dao 13's angry figure charged out. There was also a slender figure with blood-red hair that danced in the wind. At this moment, she stretched out her hand, and sharp nails that were 2 to 3 meters long extended from her 5 fingers. The nails were as sharp as swords, and they pierced through the chests of a few true Lake Stage Blood Tribe cultivators, lifting them into the air. The true Lake Stage Blood Tribe cultivators' auras were visibly weakening. Bright blood flowed out of their wounds, but it did not drip down. Instead, it was absorbed by an unknown force. The fingernails that pierced through their chests were as red as blood. The woman's eyes were as bright as rubies, but if one looked closely, there was a golden color in her ruby-like eyes. One of the true Lake Stage Blood Tribe cultivators was terrified. Although his cultivation base was higher than the woman in front of him, he did not have the strength to resist. He could only beg, "Spare me." The woman ignored him. The Blood Tribe cultivators who were pierced by her nails could be seen with the naked eye. The bodies of the true Lake Stage Blood Tribe cultivators began to dry up as if their blood had been sucked out. The sudden change caused both sides to stop what they were doing. They looked at the woman who suddenly charged into the battlefield in shock. When they saw the golden light in the woman's eyes, their expressions changed drastically. They were terrified, as if they had seen something extremely frightening. In the silent battlefield, only Dao 13 was venting his anger by killing a few Blood Tribe cultivators. However, those Blood Tribe cultivators did not show any signs of fighting back. In the air, the woman's gaze swept across the battlefield. When she saw Lu Yi, who was standing at the edge of the battlefield, she stopped and smiled. Lu Yi was shocked. Just now, when the woman came from afar, he felt that her aura was slightly familiar. It reminded him of someone who should have been dead. However, he did not expect it to be this person. Although her body shape had changed greatly, she looked exactly like a Blood Tribe cultivator. She had the bloodline of a Blood Tribe cultivator. She had the characteristics of a Blood Tribe cultivator. Lan Qiue. More than a month ago, Lan Qiue went missing beside the blood pool. Lu Yi went down to search for her, but he did not find anything. A human woman with only a spirit stream stage cultivation base would not have a good ending if she fell into the blood pool. Therefore, Lu Yi was almost certain that Lan Qiue had met with misfortune. During this period of time, he often regretted and blamed himself. Who would have thought that Lan Qiue would return in such a manner and with such an appearance after just a month? Chapter 1021. How did Lan Qiue become a member of the blood race? Did she originally have the bloodline of the blood race? That shouldn't be the case. The bloodline of the blood race was extremely powerful. The offspring of the blood race and the human race could only be the blood race. Therefore, in the blood refining world, no human would have the bloodline of the blood race. What surprised Lu Yi even more was that in just a month, Lan Qiue's cultivation had advanced from the spirit stream stage to the cloud river stage. Moreover, she killed the true Lake Stage blood race members like slaughtering chickens. A few true Lake Stage blood race members were pierced through by her long fingernails. They didn't have the strength or courage to resist. An indescribable aura spread out from Lan Qiue's body. Although it wasn't strong, it was purer than the average blood race member. Feeling this pure aura and combining it with what he saw in front of him, a title suddenly popped up in Lu Ye's mind. Holy Seed. In the blood-refining world, the human race called the blood race the holy race. The blood race also called themselves that. However, within the blood race there was an extremely special existence. That was the Holy Seed. The Holy Seed was a purer blood race member. The Holy Seed enjoyed an extremely high status within the blood race. The Holy Seed naturally suppressed the bloodline of ordinary blood race members. If in the eyes of the human race, ordinary blood race members were supreme, then in the eyes of the blood race, the Holy Seed was also supreme. Moreover, compared to ordinary blood race members, the Holy Seed had all sorts of inconceivable mysteries. Just like now, Lan Qiue's long fingernails pierced through the true lake stage blood race members. In a short period of time, the blood race members in the true lake stage were sucked dry, turning them into dried corpses. Lan Qiue casually swung her hand and the dried corpses fell to the ground. Her long fingernails retracted as if they had a life of their own. Her fingertips were blood-red and almost dripped fresh blood. The blood race liked to drink the blood of humans, but they would never drink the blood of their own race. This was a tradition and also an instinctive self-protection. This was because drinking the blood of their own race would cause the power in their body to become impure. On the other hand, consuming blood crystals wouldn't cause this side effect. Therefore, the blood race would only consume blood crystals. However, the Holy Seed had no taboos. The blood of humans was useful to the Holy Seed, and the blood of the blood kindred was also useful to the Holy Seed. In the eyes of the Holy Seed, all living creatures in the blood refinement realm could be turned into nutrients for its growth. In other words, the blood kindred, who were high up in the blood refinement realm, were also food for the Holy Seed. They could even enter the blood pool to cultivate at any time and place without having to worry about their lives. Therefore, the cultivation of the Holy Seeds increased very quickly because they did not have to worry about their own cultivation resources. Lan Qiu had an innate Tao body, and under the guidance of Lu Yi, she had broken through from the third-order spirit stream realm to the seventh order in just a month. Her progress could be described as fast, but compared to her current achievements, it was nothing. Because she was a Holy Seed, cultivating in the blood pool for a month had caused her strength to undergo an earth-shattering change. How did Lan Qiue become a Holy Seed? Lu Yi couldn't figure it out, but he knew that it must have something to do with her entering the blood river. In the blood refinement realm, the birth of a Holy Seed was closely related to the blood river. Some blood kindred were Holy Seeds when they were hatched, while others were transformed into Holy Seeds when they entered the blood pool to cleanse their bloodline. Lu Yi didn't know what the mystery was. Even the blood kindred themselves weren't clear about it. Because the number of Holy Seeds was too small, even in this huge blood refinement realm, most of the blood kindred had only heard of the Holy Seed and had never seen a real Holy Seed in their lives. Therefore, when a Holy Seed suddenly broke into this battlefield, whether it was the blood kindred of Thousand Flowing Blessed Land or the allied forces of the Three Forces, all of them stopped what they were doing. Under the unique bloodline suppression of the Holy Seed, every blood kindred was terrified. The blood in their bodies was boiling, and they had the illusion that they were witnessing a god, making them want to worship. Humph! A soft sound came from Lan Qiu's nose. This time, many of the blood kindred couldn't take it anymore. No matter if they were on the ground or in the air, they all knelt on one knee and performed the blood kindred's greeting. Every blood kindred lowered their once arrogant heads and even lowered their eyes. This was the bloodline suppression of the Holy Seed. Although Lan Qiue's current strength wasn't much, and any true lake stage blood kindred was stronger than her, under the natural bloodline suppression, no blood kindred dared to be presumptuous in front of her. Her figure flashed and landed in front of Lu Yi. She withdrew all of her aura and was about to speak, but Lu Yi raised a finger and gestured to her. Lan Qiue understood and nodded her head. A fierce battle had ended because of Lan Qiue's arrival. Many of the blood breeds were in a state of panic. Before Lan Qiue spoke, none of them dared to stand up. They all half knelt there with their heads lowered. Lu Yi kept the sword gored and walked towards the depths of the blessed land. Lan Qiue followed closely behind. This wasn't the place to talk. Dao Shi-san looked left and right for a while. Seeing that there were no opponents left, he was still annoyed. He was trapped in the river of blood just now. Now that he was free, he wanted to kill some blood kindred to vent his anger. In the end, he ended up like this. He felt suffocated and had nowhere to vent his anger. In the backyard of the blessed land, where Lu Yi lived, he stood still and turned to look at Lan Qiue, who followed him. There were many things that he wanted to understand, but the most important thing was to confirm Lan Qiue's position. Now that she had become a holy seed, could she still remember that she was once a human? Lan Qiue suddenly stretched out her hand and gestured above Lu Ye's head. She moved it to her chest and smiled mischievously. "Senior, you've become shorter." Lu Ye's heart was at ease. Lan Qiue was still Lan Qiue. However, becoming a holy seed had undoubtedly affected Lan Qiue's temperament. In the past, Lan Qiue would never do such a thing in front of him. The current Lan Qiue was undoubtedly more confident than before. "It's you who became taller." Lu Yi looked at her speechlessly. The blood kindred had this disadvantage. They were generally taller than humans. This was why Lu Yi had never thought of using Thousand Face to disguise himself as a blood kindred. The external characteristics of the blood kindred were not something that Thousand Face could disguise. Hee. Lan Qiue laughed happily. In the past, she had always looked up to Lu Yi. Now that the situation was reversed, she could not help but feel proud. "I went down to look for you, but I couldn't find you. I thought you were dead. I was swept away by the undercurrent of the blood pool. I don't know where I went. Of course, you couldn't find me. Senior, you don't have to blame yourself. I'm much better than before." "What happened?" Lu Yi asked. Lan Qiue sank into her memories. After a while, she shook her head. "To be honest, I don't know what happened. At that time, I thought I was going to die, but somehow I caught a ball of golden light. After that, I was in a daze. When I woke up, I was already like this. Golden light. It should be something from the blood river. But when I woke up, I searched for it, but I couldn't find any golden light. This was a strange thing. It seemed that the birth of the holy seed was directly related to the mysterious golden light in the blood river. It was just that they did not know what kind of existence the golden light was. I woke up 2 days ago. After leaving the blood river, I went to the bright moon cave abode. But there was no one there. I didn't know how to find you, so I wandered around. Then I came to this area. What happened next was clear. The battle here was intense. Lan Qiue sensed something and came to check on the situation. In the end, she found Lu Ye's trace by accident. It was an unexpected gain. "It's good that you're fine." The self-reproach that had been plaguing him for the past month had finally dissipated. "It's just that you're now a holy seed. I'm afraid you can't restore your human body." "This is good. I don't have to be on tenterhooks every day." Lan Qiue was open-minded. Although her appearance had changed greatly and did not conform to the original aesthetic of the human race, she had experienced too many hardships as a human. She did not mind changing her way of living. She softly snorted. "They should be the ones on tenterhooks now. Senior brother, how do you plan to deal with those people outside?" When she asked this, Lan Qiue was full of murderous intent. "How do you want to deal with them?" Lu Yi asked. Lan Qiue said, "Of course I want to kill them all." She did not hesitate to kill the blood breeds. Which of those blood breeds did not have a life under their hands? They saw the human race as livestock in captivity. Naturally, their deaths were not regrettable. Moreover, she could even get rid of the blood fetus that she gave birth to. When she followed Lu Yi, she had dealt with several blood fetus. She had a ruthless determination in her bones. As long as Lu Yi said the word good, she would definitely kill all the blood breeds outside without batting an eyelid. She did not even need to do it herself. She only needed to activate the power of her holy seed, and those blood breeds would not be able to do anything in front of her. Perhaps the blood breeds in the spirit ocean realm could resist the suppression of her bloodline. However, the blood breeds in the true lake realm did not have this ability. The sternness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. But I know what senior brother wants to do, so killing them won't work. I'll just leave them alive. The sudden change in attitude saved the lives of many of the Blood Clan members outside. She looked at Lu Yi seriously with a sincere expression. Senior brother, I will help you in the future. Okay. Lu Yi nodded seriously. Then senior brother, please rest for a while. I will deal with the rest outside. Lan Chiua said and left in a flash. Even after she returned, the vampires outside were still half kneeling on the ground. Not a single one of them dared to act rashly. All of them were sweating profusely and had terrified expressions on their faces. No one knew what kind of fate awaited them. Lan Chiu's slender figure stood in midair. She looked down and said in a cold voice, "From now on, I will be the master of this place." Until this sentence was heard, the blood breeds felt as if they had been pardoned. They shouted, "We are willing to serve the Holy Master." Those with the holy seed, regardless of their cultivation level, were all holy masters in the blood-refining world. This was a special honor and also the highest respect the blood breeds had for the holy seed.